interesting thing.
Yeah.
It used to be GLBTQ,
Mm-hmm.
but during the AIDS crisis, everyone was being such a dick that healthcare workers were refusing to treat anyone. And so lesbians set up clinics to help gay people with AIDS with unrelated medical stuff and just also like end of life care.
Mm-hmm.
And to thank them for that, they switched around the acronym to put L first.
Nice. I mean, horrific.
Yeah, I had the same exact thought. I literally thought, oh, that's neat. Wait, shit.
Yeah, no,
It made me think of the philosophical question: can something be both neat and tragic?
Yeah, I mean, it's tragically neat. We're not gonna have to worry about plain salt again, so I'll use that. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. All right, so Pathologic, close. If I open Pathologic, do I begin to get a video feed? No, I do not.
However, I'm getting the audio and the video myself, so.
Oh no, we do. Okay, wonderful. I am going to just do all of the going live shit. I have to pick a fucking picture to go to post.
So in the review of Pathologic, I have watched. There's the guy jerks off the music, using this song amongst others as example. And I gotta be honest, none of it really seemed that like wow to me. Like this song's all right.
Are you into industrial?
Not particularly.
Then there's a lot of VTMs. There's a lot
I
of
have very
VTMs
particular tastes in music, so like don't take my. I would never make a video game review channel in which I didn't expressly say like I'm not gonna say the music's good. I'm gonna say I like the music.
Yeah, well. Oh god, it doesn't look good. Whatever. We're going live. Fuck it. We're doing it
Hey
live.
Sardinia, do you want to be vassalized?
I'll have a Pathologic Classic HD. Join us for a night of roleplay, adventure, and reflection. As we get to the heart of the matter. Winky face.
Oh. Saloons I was at War of Savoy. Tricksy bitches. Oh. I'll work on it. Oh shit, I'm in the middle of a war.
Well, that's a problem.
I mean, not really. It's not a big one. I mean, it is a big one, but like other people are dealing with it.
I'm about to do some very creative fucking video image editing here.
Oh man, the music's growing on me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'd still call it like particularly noteworthy in its goodness, but like it's all right.
See, here's the thing. I think much like the game, it's going to creep up on you. But let's see. Let's see.
Well, I think it's an issue in general with games where a good game with a soundtrack very quickly in the mind of someone who plays it becomes a game with a good soundtrack.
Yeah.
And while there are definitely games that have objectively good soundtracks, regardless of anything about the game, I think there's a lot of games in which the soundtrack is good because it's part of the game.
Yeah.
I suspect this might be one of the latter.
Alright, a little Ice Pick Lodge guy there with that.
Ice Pick?
Ice Pick Lodge is the developer.
Oh! I was about to say, that's clearly a scalpel.
Amazing. Now we're talking about, like, how they did... I thought the same thing that you did, by the way. Like, it was an ice pick for, like, climbing that they got him with, not for, like, you know... Or, like, you know, breaking up a block of ice.
Yeah, I knew when I heard that fact that, like, people used to have blocks of ice for the fridges, and everyone would have an ice pick, and I knew what that was to deal with said ice. But, like, in my mind, the default ice pick is still those big fucking axe-looking things that use as handles at REI on the doors.
100%.
And, like, someone being murdered for that is
How's
pretty
it
kick-ass and
going?
sends a message.
Lurkin. Yeah, we're glad to have our Lurky Loos here with us. I am just editing really quickly a certain going live image. We weren't expecting to do this game tonight, but we are excited for it. So there's a little bit of scramble on my end.
Yes, we're playing Pathologic for a number of reasons. I think the most important of which is we want Lee to suffer.
That's what we're here for, of course. Okay, and then I'll cut it off here. Okay. Logic, classic, HT going live. And then to make it multi-post, I'll have to send it to myself and post it from the phone because I love this system. Hey, one Pashut. Hello, and is Pashut the correct way to say that, by the way? Hello, hello. I hope you're ready for a frightening experience, because I think it's going to take you a lot of stamina to get through it. OMG indeed, Lerb. Indeed. Is it the fate of man only to suffer? Is it the fate of man only to suffer?
It is definitely the fate of Lee to suffer tonight. For you, for your viewing enjoyment. I've heard Pathologic 2 is legitimately worth playing. I've heard Pathologic 1 is worth playing if you hate yourself. Luckily, we have Lee here.
Yep, that's the motto. That's the plan. Let's go. Quote, tweet, throw the image straight in, throw the diesel shot link straight in. It's a fine way to say it. There's no right way. It was a drunk typo back when I was stuck. Valid. Hey, Plague Dubs, how's it going? Oh my goodness, we have so many of the Diesel friends out tonight. It is a pleasure to have you here, Dreamers, as we enjoy a fine game. I'm just rushing to throw this out here on all of these channels to, you know, advertise. Path.
Now we're playing Pathologic, but if we get Pat here, can we play Pathologic?
Oh, I think that is a Pat's daily pursuit, is the horror of Pathologic.
I couldn't imagine. She must live in such a terrible... That's what New Jersey's like.
Yeah. Honestly,
Just like Pathologic
you
in New
finished,
Jersey.
you finished voice acting for the first time 2 hours ago. That's wonderful, Plague. What do you voice act for? What'd you roll?
Oh, hell yeah.
We are live with Pathologic, Pathologic Classic HD as Lee gets in touch with his heritage and experiences a truly one of a kind a digital experience.
Now, the question is, you're talking about connecting with your heritage. I'm assuming your heritage is in fact from vaguely fantasy time Russia is when your family moved to America.
Around the time of the revolution, yes.
Nonsense. Everyone knows that Pathologic takes place at vaguely fantasy time.
Vaguely fantasy time. Yeah, it's like what Samurai Champloo is a remix of Japanese history. This is a Russian history pastiche because the point isn't being accurate to a year. It's being accurate to the feeling of. Important note here: the like Kievan Rus Slavic experience and perception of the steppe, which is going to be an aspect of this portrayal we navigate, because it definitely brings some things to the equation. I'm just going to make the Insta post, chop it off. We're going. There's a lot of stuff that plays at the beginning. Actually, Max, do you think it's worth maybe... There's an intro scroll. You think it's worth maybe toggling to see if we can get the intro scroll again? Get the intended intro experience here?
I say go for it if you think the intro is at all matters.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of explanatory text. Okay, I'm gonna have to toggle it pretty well. Oh, sorry, Larry, I'm mixing up my terminology. We're gonna try and share it with you as soon as possible once I get the Pathologic option. There it is. Share sound. Share. Popping it. Popping it. Okay.
You're popping it, but are you locking it?
Oh, absolutely. Popping, locking, and dropping it. Let's go. Okay, it should catch up on the stream in a second.
No, I see it.
You're seeing it, but I don't think everybody else is.
I mean, I have everything of it.
Okay, no, it's coming through. It's coming through. Nice. I'll use the time this has bought me to post on Insta.
Traces of the supernatural reveal themselves more often than intelligent and reasonable men would prefer them to. Chimeras, worshipped by our ancestors centuries ago.
Cannot pronounce the word chimera.
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 The directors of our fate rain ash down on us from the grey heavens. They conceal themselves beneath us, above us, and among us.
Among us.
Amogus? Oh, this is some explanatory text. I'm really glad we were able to catch this to hear him say Chimera's wrong and then Amogus.
Wreaking havoc on the world that they rightfully see as their toy.
Audio a little choppy, but we'll see how it goes.
57.
So, that was creepy as fuck. Dubbed some JoJo scenes in Hebrew. Nice. What character did you dub? All right, new game.
Do you sing the JoJo song in Hebrew? If so, I want to hear a recording badly.
Wherever have you come from?
No. No. I detest trickery. But if we ourselves are to suffer deception,
Get a better seat.
our hands are no longer tied. Where are we?
Well, the muscular contraction is there. Things are already inside of them. This must be one of the ventricles, right here.
What a silly place.
Hey, Lee, stand in
It's
front of the
stuck.
stage.
So it's not real for now? I don't think it has started yet.
Does it matter what it's made of? It's definitely struggling. We need to perform Sectio Transversalis. Cut the wall. There's no other way out. What else is there to do?
I know what to do. Those who favor hard logic and direct action are bound to
hard.
be misguided.
Hard logic and
Only a miracle can set us free without us having to destroy something. And I can do miracles. Just let me.
Will you please be quiet? You're a liar and a thief. Who is going to believe
Talking
you
shit.
if you're lying to yourself? The truth is my shepherd. Whatever happens, I will find answers, and justice will be restored. I will perform the operation. Medicum morbum adhibe.
Don't you go all bossy on me. clever
Don't you go
boss.
bossy
You
on
will
me.
act justly, but your justice will blind you and become his demise. This calls for the gentle hand of a surgeon. Step aside, both of you.
Your gentle hands are used to killing and not giving life. You will inevitably do harm. As for Brainy, he has no regard for
Brainy.
things at all. Neither of you knows compassion.
Yes, it seems unlikely that we'll get along well, but there's only one truth.
Any choice is right as long as it's willed. That's the truth of the matter.
Only the heart will show you the right choice. Stop thinking about yourselves. Think
Ooh,
of
Jordan.
he's sick. He's in pain. I can't see it, but I can feel it.
It's not even a trap. It's a grave. Subipsum fuisus. Can't say I hold a soft spot for it.
I can see that. You're
Oh.
full of hate. Stuffed or not, it's breathing. I can heal it. It can be healed rather than killed.
You mean you won't become a killer? But you will. Mark my word. That's exactly what will happen. But I can avoid it.
No, we won't ever get along. I suggest we be on our way. The sooner the better.
Off we
No,
go then.
the vibes are harsh. I must depart.
Clock is ticking.
Now, Max, I have a question. You are a man, one might say, of the theater.
I am a man
How do
who
you
comes and goes.
how do
Who
you
comes and goes. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
How do you feel about the fact that the play was staged such that the character you intended to play first was middle stage, the character you can't even start playing the game as was downstage, and the furthest upstage character was the middle ground?
Well, I feel like that's taking a particular view of it. Because you got to think about this not as, oh, we know what Pathologic be and we're coming into that. But you got to think of it as you're a new person picking up this game. Maybe you heard it's a bit crazy. And before you watch that, you don't even know that the changeling isn't an option yet. So you go there and you think, oh, these are interesting. Then you see, oh, I can play these two out of the three. And so it's not about, oh, you're supposed to play the Bachelor first, because are you supposed to play the Bachelor first? That's how most people say you should play it, but like, is that what the developers intended, or is that just a way people have found it works best?
Yeah, I mean, you see, we could argue
And also,
left to right order,
is
but
Pathologic even if Pathologic wants you to play the Bachelor first? I'm not even sure they would tell you that.
Yeah, and I will also say, so like, in the argument you hear, like, Haruspik's like, I'm all about the hands, Bash all about the mind, Changeling, no, it's miracles, bitch. And they talk a lot of shit. They say, oh, you won't become a killer. I think that there's a lot, there's so much to discuss, and so much of it is based on pre-meta knowledge. I wonder if we bring it up when we reach it in the text proper and just let this stand alone to the audience. I'm sure many of you watching are already familiar with Pathologic. We don't want to spoil too much, but this is a very old game, so, if you feel it's relevant, this happens later, as long as it's not like a key reveal, feel free to mention it. But we do want to let this experience stand, not alone, but stand
on its own 2 feet.
Yeah. On its own 2 feet amidst the body of commentary and consideration that goes into this game and talking and thinking about it. And yeah, are we thinking so? So The Bachelor. This is the story of a person who has managed to work a miracle and defeat a seemingly unvanquishable foe. Haruspix. This is the story of a man who has avoided the contradiction, eager to rip a doomed life apart, masterfully fulfilling his true purpose in the process.
I think we gotta start with The Bachelor, right?
Let's read his full description.
Go for it. Wait, hold on. Before you start, I think I should read The Bachelor's description. You should read the Haruspix description, because I feel like that's closer to the two of us.
You think that I am a surgeon with a sacred place in society to handle blood and the dead?
No, I think you're more Slavic.
They're all Slavic. This dude is supposed to.
Yes, but The Bachelor is like a stuck-up rich kid coming from the city who thinks he knows what's up.
You identify as a boyar. We understand. Yeah.
Yes,
sure.
I absolutely. Fucking tell me I'm wrong.
You definitely identify with them. Go for it.
All right. The history of humanity witnessed a number of catastrophes that have demonstrated without a shadow of a doubt that the pettiness of human achievement and the triumph of the invincible evil. Outbreaks of infectious diseases that have from time to time wiped out towns and cities off the map are undoubtedly among these. However smart and virtuous, the people caught up in these destructive events have repeatedly come to the conclusion that it is no use trying to fight these circumstances. The best you can do is bite the bullet and cope with the losses. This is the story of a person who has managed to work a miracle and defeat a seemingly unvanquishable foe.
So,
God, reading that, there's this thing I want to say about the endings, but I'm not going to.
the Haruspix. How do they call upon the Menku, the faithful of a warden kin, known by their hands, for they are butchers, known by their eyes, for they are surgeons, they who follow the lines, they who are the leaders of the kin, they who speak to Adurgs, they who know the secret art of haruspicy. What is a haruspix? Reading the future in the entrails, he knows what a body bears semblance to the universe. His scalpel follows the lines of the body. His steps follow the lines of his kin's fortune. A haruspix can tell a true line from a false one is entrusted with power. A haruspix that can tell a true line from a false one is entrusted with power. A haruspix who's confused by his path gets buried into the deep black flesh of the earth. This is the story of a person who has avoided the contradiction, eager to rip a doomed life apart, masterfully fulfilling his purpose in the process. So, the haruspix. He's a dude.
You should have written these captions.
Clearly. I think that the best way to conceive of these characters and their role is almost... Because they still exist in the world and are doing things when you're not playing them, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. They are doing their own... Effectively what happens is they just do the storyline you would be doing as them.
Yeah.
Except they do it worse, because you're not there to do a good job.
And in a sense, this is going to sound weird, but it's almost like you're casting the protagonist. Not casting a group of people trying to play one role, but deciding which role will fall into the protagonist's spot.
Yes, it's like Commedia dell'arte. We have the characters, and we have their roles in the story, We just need to know which one is the main character
Yeah, and I think that
and what the plot is.
coming into this, for a lot of reasons that we discussed pre-stream, but also just generally speaking, broadly agreed upon starter character, the Bachelor will be our beginning.
Now, Lee is about to perform his rendition of Death of the Bachelor.
By Panic at the Disco?
Yes.
It's Death of the
Daniel
Bachelor.
Dankowski,
Well, I was thinking when he dies.
I was about to say.
Invisible enemy.
I was about to say, shit, I should have waited for that. Fine.
Dankowski's life work, his theory challenging the existing notions of human mortality, is being harshly persecuted by the powers that be.
Okay.
Suddenly, a letter arrives from a colleague suggesting that there is previous undiscovered evidence which may support...
There's a lot of
Dankowski's
foreshadowing in
claim.
that first sentence.
There is a settlement, the letter says, ruled by an
second
extraordinary man who may well be seen as objective proof of Dankowski's daring hypothesis. Grasping at straws of hope, Dankowski decides to follow what he believes to be the sign of divine providence. Without further ado, he sets off for the settlement.
Honestly, fuck Gerard Depardieu, says Flesh Party.
As he seeks room and board, he gets to know a girl called Eva.
He gets to know a girl named
Stays
Eva.
at her place.
Yeah, we were just chilling with the honey.
Oh, he's a little nappy boy.
The cutscene audio is definitely suffering, but the cutscenes are not like constant in this game. We might be able to get through.
I think they're far from not constant. I think there's like this one and an end cutscene. And this one seems to be mostly just people looking angsty.
It's great because this is one of those games that deserves a pen and notepad.
Are you gonna get a pen and notepad?
Vote now on your phones. If I was fully Twitch brained, I would have run a Twitch poll on which character to pick, but I'm not fully Twitch brained yet.
You know who is fully Twitch brained?
Who?
Matt Gates
Oh god.
started a Twitch channel.
Oh god.
You really wanted to be able to reach out to the youth?
Yep.
This is quite an intro cutscene.
Hello?
Hello. I walked into her office. She had legs that went from her feet to her hips and then kept going up and up and up until they merged with her breasts.
I have a question for everyone, particularly those of you who might know Pathologic a little bit less. At this point in the game, what do you think this game is about? Just based on what you've seen right now. Considering taking the Twitch pill from mod Cyberpunk 2077, absolutely great. Go for it.
Cyberpunk 2077 is fucking amazing.
As of today, my mission remains obscure. The examination of Simon Kane, who is rumored to be a man of incredible longevity, may shake the very foundation of modern thanatology and challenge the existent notions of death itself. However, even if this underlying Leviathan proves to be more than a fairy tale, the mere confirmation of his existence won't suffice to prevent the powers that be from shutting our laboratory down. I need to figure out the most fruitful approach. Simon is a well-respected man, and if he mistakes my interest for effrontery, it would be nigh impossible to convince him to help me break new ground in the field of human vitality. I never played. I have no idea what it is about, but I guess zombies and maybe gothic horror. Those are
I like
solid
Flesh
guesses.
Party's answer better. Bags and breakdancing puppets.
Bags and everything. I mean, shit.
What sort of bags are we talking about here? Like backpacks, like Gucci bags, the sort of bags you get on that one street in New York.
Yeah, it's important. So we've got mission today's quest, other tasks. There are consequences. There is a real-time running clock, and we best not dick about. So, day 1, by the end of which the Bachelor finds out badly truly unvanquishable foe.
All right, I'm gonna step away for a moment because I realized I was wearing a shirt.
Oh, again? Oof.
I mean, it was out of frame. It's fine.
Alright, Max is going to strip off camera. We're hanging out in a very cool house of drapes. Can I read this? No, but I can... Okay, this is an empty container. That's what this is telling me. You can sleep in the bed. You can loot some of the containers. But, let's be about it, shall we? There's a spiral down.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, and we're downstairs. Is that? I believe that is for decanting, perhaps. I confess, we might have poor performance.
It's a little. I wasn't sure if this was just my feed of it. Here, if you cut the feed to me, how does it work?
Let me turn on VSync before I do that.
That's probably a better first thing.
Please
to do.
restart the game.
Fucking fascism.
Because it looks like a VSync problem, honestly. But like, you'd think that would be on by default? Question mark.
It's an old game made by a small studio on a budget in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect anything.
Hey, we got the Witcher franchise in similar circumstances.
We did, but Poland is notably less east than where Pathologic was made.
Yeah, that wallpaper 100% the first layer of fear. Babushka pill decor. I mean, this is the interior decorating of my people, sir. This dog was great. Yeah, I mean, I think, and like the developers of Pathologic have this theory of like national game design like ethoses, and you can tell like certain countries like design certain kinds of games, and you can look at Japanese games, French games.
Yeah, there's a whole thing of talking about how
Korean
Japanese games treat guns versus how American games treat guns.
Yeah, as essentially the self versus like this is a glittering force, and that's you know, something to keep in mind when we consider why so many of these Eastern European indie games are absolute bangers, right? There's lots of Slav shovelware, but
I was about to say, like, proportionally, are they more banger producing than anywhere else, or is it just that
proportionally,
The
yes.
Witcher is good, the CD Projekt Red makes good games, and this game is good?
Proportionally, yes. The other games,
I guess Stalker.
Yeah, Stalker. A lot of them are good, but like most of the games that aren't that are either blatantly copyright infringing in some way or interesting painting. I wonder if she's had this before I showed up. Hello there. Love your
I had a feeling you would come.
You had a feeling I would come? Oh. Alright then. I mean, did the sounds from outside wake you too? There was a horrible groan, and then something snapped loudly. I heard nothing. This top one doesn't have a follow-up question, so even though I don't know if like saying I fainted is appropriate, I'm gonna say, so what sounds are you talking about? I think there are strangers in the backyard, by the pond. They're unlikely to be playing mischief, but I have a bad feeling about this. I'm afraid to go out to them. I hope they go away soon and stop disturbing their sleep. I'd like to thank you for your hospitality for board and bed. Why do you think they aren't playing anything foul? The population is so thin. Crime is basically non-existent, which is going to be really funny when every person who gets remotely drunk becomes an aggro on-site enemy.
Yes, I'm about to say, that's one thing I know about this game. It's not exactly non-existent crime.
Yeah. In crime is non-existent, especially here in the stone yard. It's also noticeable she's like a rich fuck, so...
I was about to say, that this sounds a whole lot like, oh, there's no crime in rich neighborhood.
Sometimes there are pranks, of course. Fights happen occasionally. People are young here, so they often go out at night, but we're a tight community, and now I hear unfamiliar speech. That's not a good sound. I'm going to take a look, but I'm in a hurry. I must see this founding father of yours. Are you willing to trade the company of a fascinated woman for that of a dreadful old man, even if he is a sorcerer? That's so sad, but Simon won't go anywhere. He is. He has always been. He always will be.
Well, this game is laying it on thick.
Even if the moon were to fall to the ground. Please, stay with me a little longer. Simon is a sorcerer. Did I hear you right? Is it the secret to his longevity? I can't even imagine hospitality here, but who's waiting for me? I don't notify old of my arrival. I'm not even sure it made me take off for this place. Immediately, the dialogue options having such a diversion, like front feels, stroke like follow-up questions. I don't even know if I'm really forking the dialogue here. But I'm
You absolutely are.
I mean, I'm tearing myself apart over what my choices are.
It has been said the only way to get the full dialogue out of Pathologic is to save before every conversation, and then go through each conversation like 10 times.
God, please stay with me a little longer. Simon is a sorcerer. I think my character would focus not on the hospitality, but the sorcerer. It's his interest. Are you in that much of a hurry? Do come round. The Canes are asleep now. Take your knockabout coat off. Have a rest in my bed. Let me warm your hands. You were so anxious to see Simon, as though your life depended on it. In the original translation, it was less clear that they were fucking. It was obvious, but it was less like, oh, come to bed, from what I recall.
Well, are they fucking, or is she just really trying to fuck him?
She's here for it. Eva Yan, a woman with 2 3-letter names, is here for it. And you know what? She's got a killer fit, and...
I was about to say, I mean, I'm not mad at it.
She's like Princess Leia chic right now. You know what I'm saying? Like Slave Leia chic, but with cloth. If he has really managed to live that long, then his tissues will help me defeat death. Death. So that's the enemy you've chosen for yourself. Isn't it hard? I don't.
You know she would say hard in a very particular way.
I don't think anyone has managed to defeat that evil yet. Millions of doctors defeated on certain singular occasions, but my enemy is more fearsome. It is death itself rather than a singular case of death. My enemy's inevitability. I am challenging the forces of nature. I am. I don't understand. And I just say, fine, show me where Simon lives, or I understand myself. Could death only seem inevitable to us, but in reality be nothing more than a whim of the will that shaped the world? That is the question. So where is the key to my victory? It's not far. The Canes live at the Crucible, on Bridge Square. But could I please offer you a piece of advice? Go on. I need no advice. Be silent, woman. Go on. Simon has 2 younger brothers. The eldest of the 2, Georgi, is called the Judge by the locals. Visit him first when he isn't asleep. He'll teach you how to speak with Simon. The youngest of the 3 is Victor. His daughter, Maria, also wanted to see you. That's probably important.
You should definitely talk to Maria, because what I've established already from this game is that the Bachelor fucks.
Yeah.
And Maria wants to see you. Wink, wink.
Asterisks if she is of consenting age.
She doesn't seem like the jealous type.
Wait, if she's of consenting age. Wait, does she know... Was it she who knew about my arrival beforehand? Yes.
She
told me about it privately. Talking to her is no simple task. Maria is that kind of person. She puts on airs, but just how the Canes are. It was Mira who told me that she would help you defeat death. That's the precise wording. What a coincidence. Alright, thanks for the advice. So we have someone who knew I was going to arrive and wants to help me defeat death, so it sounds like she's good to put on the list. Go. I'll prepare everything for your return. Do come back if you speak with the Canes. They will probably do a lot of things that will puzzle you and put you on guard. I'll have some advice that may be of help to you, if you need it. I would depart after speaking to Simon with or without him. Or, okay, I'll come back. I'm obviously coming back. Are you kidding me? Look at her longing, blinking gaze. I'm coming back to this, honey. Okay, I'll come back. We're shunted to the map, and immediately there's a lot to love here, and it tells you what you're getting, which is more than just a map would tell you, right? And crucial stuff is revealed as you mouth over, but less than you might want. The cathedral, the crucible, so we know Simon Kane, the mysterious Maria Victor. Here's something I don't even remember. Do I have a marker for where I am?
I think so. It might be the red hand or the white circle.
The Crucible. No, this is where I'm going.
Okay, what's the red hand then?
The Crucible. No, these are all buildings of the Crucible.
Oh, shit! I don't fucking know, man.
Oh, I'm here. Okay, yeah, is it, or, wait, the mansion called the Stillwater belongs to single girl named Vivian. Yes.
So I think you do not have a marker for yourself, which feels very apt for this game.
Important.
Also, I think you might have a letter, which is the L key, which the game never tells you. I just wanted to let you know that because as much as I want this game to be punishing for you, the game is literally impossible without checking your letters.
Also, thank you, Unlucky Leona. Pure and dainty in your eyes. Oh, I love being pure and dainty in your eyes, Leona. We're playing a very scary, horrific game, but I'm glad it's coming through. Also, you're muted, so I don't even know if you hear me, but... Hi. I would just like to say, an accidental midnight encounter provided me with a lovely companion and temporary lodging. Have we already fucked Eva Yon? I think it's worth considering. I think this is the kind of game that might make that be the basis, and I don't think it's beyond.
I think you probably have like a midnight encounter to temporary lodging. You definitely already fucked.
Like, I mean,
Tell me-
this is also the kind of game where like you could have literally run into a weird woman wearing a strange outfit on the street and told her you were a scientist and she invited you in and she wants to bone, but you haven't boned her. That's the kind of game this is. I'm legitimately
It's
wondering.
possible, but the game is so heavily implying that you both.
Yeah, I mean,
Unless something comes out directly to the contrary, I say operate under the assumption that
I
you
don't know
dig
if we have any Russian speakers in the audience, but it would be fascinating to get any perspective on the original translation. I would note, though, we are in the guest bed upstairs, and her bed is down here. I also don't know if warming...
Maybe you just don't like, cuddling afterward.
Yeah, I also don't know if warming your hands is a euphemism.
I mean, clearly she wants to be finger blasted by you.
Oh my gosh.
I don't use subtext or euphemism. I do supertext.
Yeah.
Which is why I like Cyberpunk. There's no subtlety. This is a
So-
genre.
Have you ever read Neuromancer?
No. It sounds neuromancy.
The genre-defining work has a little bit of subtlety. All right, so
That's terrible. Sounds awful. 0 out of 10.
what the fuck? We've got a dude in a Joji Gimp suit with a white mask on and a crow question mark?
Yes.
Let's see what's up. Halt! I'm going to teach you about the technicalities of the setting. The time and the place. It's not essential, but that's just how it is. The actor has to be prepared before he goes on stage, or he'll fall down the aisle or stumble upon the prompt box. That would look mighty silly, wouldn't you agree? Speak. I'm listening. Time flies by. It can't be stopped or turned back. Night follows day, which are then followed by nights. Things happen without any regard for whether you're there to witness them. Don't expect anyone to wait for you. Most events can be missed. And so it makes sense for you to visit the places that you care about regularly. You'll find the people that play major roles in your fate there. They stand out from the common folk. The rest is just a crowd shot, a background, a bunch of extras. As has always been, bachelors talk about the poor here. Indeed. Still, it's best to avoid hasty judgment. It's a paradox, you see. Don't try to take care too much for the lives of these bound to stand out people. You don't be too dismissive of the silent crowd. Both extremes will end in tragedy. Why is that? The world cares for your reputation, a fine and crucial instrument. Your reputation changes the world you see. For it is a mirror, wouldn't you agree? And for a bad reputation, you can get a lot of trouble. For example, need I describe? You've got a vivid imagination. Everything changes from mystical aspects to mundane things, like the people you need treating you badly. How many enemies you've got, how high the prices rise, how bad your dreams are. Lots of things. A sorry prospect. So how do I maintain my reputation? Really? How is that even a question? Same as anywhere. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not betray, do not steal, do not covet, do not be an asshole, do not get caught. The rules are the same everywhere. A truly selfless deed, like risking something for thy neighbor or even a person who lives quite far away, can help in a dire situation. I see.
So, there's a few things I know you can do early on in this game that make the rest of the game way easier.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to indicate towards you those things, or do you just want to go in?
Only bring it up in this context. If I am in the zone, do it. Like say something, don't tell me exactly what it is. But do, like, tip me off that there's something about, but don't say, if you walk to the other side of town, maybe you'd find something out. Like, if
It's more like there's some decisions you make, and if you make certain decisions that you don't know this, that will help you a lot more than
Yeah.
they seem at the face of it.
do flag important decisions.
If there was a decision that I know is particularly impactful, and you're maybe leaning away from the option, I might say something.
Okay.
I don't know them all, and I don't know everything, so like I'm gonna miss a lot, and I might just straight up forget some
Really?
shit.
Good for you then. As for me, and for those who can't realize, this is an introduction. And the way that Pathologic has decided, it makes sense mechanically, right? Like, let's imagine you're a game designer, you're a programmer, it's a pretty rough situation, you're using the engine that you have, you're trying to get stuff done. You've built a dialogue system. You haven't built a, hey, listen, a tooltip system. How do you tutorialize your game? We could just rely on people reading the manual, but you know not everyone's going to. So you put in the game NPCs who, through dialogue, you understand to be passive observers. They are not seen by anybody else. They are part of the super text of the fiction. And they give you the tutorial. This is a conversational explanation of the fact that decisions have consequences, quests will time out without you, check in on people frequently because stuff comes up.
Oh, they also tell you to eat.
Yeah, eat, drink, that sort of thing. Yet, who trusts no one is deluded? I know this from experience. Okay, so you've exited out of this conversation, and now what about Gimsuit Guy?
Well, they're called like the executors and the
Something about a small
tragedians.
mouth
That's it.
gets to me. I love that my cursor is like a pair of scissors. Do you have like a scalpel if you're the surgeon?
An excellent question.
Venerable
I will say, I
Bachelor.
think the tragedians are fucking cute. I'm not gonna lie.
Please do be so
They're
kind to
adorable.
along. This conversation won't make. Oh yeah, this is the fun revelation. This conversation won't take much of your time, especially since time stops during dialogues, at least during the important ones. Wait a minute. I thought it paused during all dialogue. Does it only pause with certain dialogues?
I think if you go into this sort of like chat box thing, it pauses. I think they might be saying like if some of an NPC just like says a thing.
Yeah. And your
That
art
doesn't
dialogue is
pause
extremely
time.
important. You need to know how to play, after all, don't you? Play? What are you talking about, Masked Man? I'm neither a gambler nor an actor. Oh, but I am on a stage, and I'm about to take quite the gamble. Of course you aren't. You are a living, breathing man, unlike gamblers, as is evident from your conditions and statuses. You experience hunger, thirst, and fatigue. You suffer from pain, wounds, and diseases. You're so lifelike. You have to eat, drink, sleep, and rest. And to make mistakes. No, I don't. Not me. The latter being the most definitive proof of my human nature, wouldn't you agree? If I may, I would like to point out just how important it is to keep an eye on your condition. If you get dizzy or are naturally sluggish, do have it checked up. Vital processes tend to run faster during emergencies than in everyday life. I knew a person who died of stress but was diagnosed with starvation. It happens, I can testify to that as a doctor. Need I remind a wise man like you of the fact that hunger is saved by food? Food can be found in shops, and shops can be found in ordinary houses that are
That's my
marked with
favorite line in this entire game. Need I remind a wise man like you the fact that hunger is sated with food?
Perhaps. Sleep, however, is more complicated. People only sleep in beds and only in private residences around here. I'm sorry, but that's just how our world is. Yes, the world is unjust. I can't sleep on the floor. And quite silly if you forgive me saying so. Speaking of commerce, different shops sell similar items at different prices. Make sure you don't get cheated. People can be quite brazen around here. You can also barter with the folk on the street. Some things may be nothing more than trinkets to you, but others will be willing to part with their life's blood for them. Blood.
Oh yeah.
Yes, blood.
Every time you see a small girl, try to trade with her.
Yeah, because they got that good. It's not my place to lecture you, but if, following your Hippocratic oath, you ever consider easing someone's pain, feel free to just approach them with a suitable drug. You will see their pain receding before your very eyes. The sick fall asleep when they're close to recovery, don't they? Or when they're close to their ultimate rest. Still, helping the hopeless will grant you a good reputation. You will be seen as a benefactor willing to part with a precious sleeping draught or painkiller by a simple bystander. Anything else? No. No. Not yet. Show me the way to Simon's house. Turn left now. Then walk along the alley. You will see the cathedral and 3 mansions across Bridge Square. Simon lives in the one that just goes through. Thank you. I think he says alley, but he means the fucking street. Which, interesting. You know, it's not a city of cars, you know? You have 2 walkways and a wider grass median. What's going up with this? You doing a quick stretch here, buddy?
I mean, this is pre-automobile, so...
And you've
Well, not pre-automobile, but like certainly pre-adoption of the automobile in Russia.
What is the termitary? Yeah, what is the termitary? 2 massive buildings in the eastern part of Earth. The termitary marks... oh, Jack, thank you for the stretch to the lead. Is there any particular exercise that you see me do? The termitary marks the district's borders. Beyond that, there is only the abattoir and then the steppe itself. People do not belong there. Why? Well, they just don't belong. It's not a people place. But someone has to work there, right? Some folk do. The steep people, the butchers, that's way outside of your expertise, believe me. That was intriguing, my good man.
I like how he's very careful not to call the abattoir workers people.
I like how everybody's like doing this thing with the hunch over and then stretch. I mean, relatable. Oh yeah, we have letters with L.
Yeah.
Now,
This game thought, hey, you like reading that shit? Well, hopefully you like reading lots of shit.
And they have it numbered, so we know we're going to get 12 letters.
Sort of, actually, I think it's for 12 days.
Actually, do you want to read the letter? Because I'm going to exercise.
Yeah, sure. Ilsodor Burkov's message. My dear Bachelor Dankovsky, it was most disconcerting to learn that the powers that be have the intention of shutting down the laboratory that owes its fame largely to your research in the field of thanatology. Is it true that your detractors have branded your studies scientifically stillborn? Rejoice, Bachelor, for there's an observable case that will quell the obscurants that reject the research of death, aging, and necrosis as a subject that lacks academic viability. This case, were you to document it, would go a long way towards restoring your reputation as a scholar. The subject in question is Simon Kane, who has ruled this town where I live for as long as I can remember. This man's longevity transcends the bounds of what is plausible. It is phenomenal, no less, and I struggle to give you an explanation of what scientific means I have at my disposal. Oh, of it with the scientific means. Make no delay. There is a sensational discovery to be made here, a breakthrough that will not only save your laboratory, but also revivify, and then it's cut off. I'm just gonna make the rest up.
But also revivify your studies and greatly increase your scientific renown. Your humble servant and faithful colleague, Isidore Barak. P.S. I spoke to Simon on your behalf, and he has kindly agreed to facilitate your effort. Daring ideas and far-fetched projects are traditionally very well respected in our neck of the woods. Well, I'm glad that this remote town is all about like innovation and pushing things forward.
Yeah, you gotta love a forward-thinking Russian steppe town.
Absolutely. So, we're taking a turn at the exit. You're drippy. What's up? I should
Damn,
stop.
bitch, you dripping.
Look at his little tail. Good morals and luck are great to help managing small communities without resorting to violence. Personal standing can work wonders. No, it's pie in the sky. What do you mean?
I can't help but feasting my eyes at your oven. Who was the Mad Taylor?
Yeah, let's ask. Oh God, did I piss him off? Did I lose reputation for that? But look at his little he's got he's got like the
I'm gonna be
Princess
honest.
Leia bomb.
I'm not sold on it. I think the little dangly thing is.
The dangly thing could have been great.
It looks a bit silly, and the stitching on the shoulders, I'm not a fan.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys might be noticing something, which is that oh my God. It didn't actually apply the VSync because I didn't say yes to the... Okay.
Well, that would explain why the performance hasn't gotten any better.
Apply. Alright, settings. Okay, VSync is on. You know, okay. If this doesn't work, we're downgrading the resolution. Because that is historically, for me, worked with older games. They're just not... as accustomed to, you know, the thing, you know, people didn't have monitors like this so commonly when this game came out, yada yada.
Oh, yeah, 100%. People barely had monitors when this game came out.
Instead, they were playing it all on their,
They had dot matrix printers that just printed new frames very quickly.
Yeah. Don't make those dot matrix printers like they used to, huh?
I mean, I read this whole thing a while ago, and I don't remember the details of it, so forgive me. But it was a person talking about like how amazing dot matrix printers are, And like, if it wasn't for the fact that they're useless for anything beyond printing ugly text, they're better than printers in every way.
Huh. Neat. All right, so
And also how they were invented way earlier than like makes sense.
All right, so we're restarting here.
Apologize that I keep coughing. I'm a goofy boy.
Allow me to remind you that an epidemic of unknown origin has already...
Allow me to remind you of the premise of the game. All right. All right, we're gonna get in here. I'm gonna look around. I hope I don't have to change the resolution because that will often fuck with the display screen. But you know.
I don't love this.
So, so we're headed here. Hey, I just got 2 coins. Did somebody throw me a tip? Oh God. All right, yeah. The tearing has not gotten better. Let's see if it did apply the V-Sync. It did. Okay. We're downgrading to 1600, 900. Okay, stop. I promise we're gonna get to the game.
There is a game in Pathologic. Rumor has it. And when I say rumor has it, I very much mean in the sense of that Adele song. You know.
I might have hit the resolution with letterboxing, but I no longer care.
I feel like it's very in the spirit of Pathologic to have a shit experience.
Okay. You know what? There's a bit of motion blur to this that I could also probably kill to improve performance, but we're not going to do that. Share.
Yeah, leaves non-violence towards motion blur.
And we're going to drag our game window to the appropriate size. Sorry again that we're having these little technical snafus. But you can find there's an excellent experience to be had. But let's get this ball rolling. I fucked around talking to random bitches enough. Let's head to the. Okay, right as I said it was working. It's fine, then it gets bad. So
if we need to kill my feed, I think there's still plenty to be said here on a delay. I don't think the voice acting is like the biggest deal.
Yeah. So I was told to speak to one of the brothers first.
Possibly. I don't remember.
Okay, my mouse is also no longer locked to this program, so I wonder if something I did in like toggling it in and out fucked it.
Possible.
My mouse is now dancing around the screen. And that means if I rotate to the left, I can click on the stream and fuck it up. Hold on. Guess I'm just gonna have to fucking hope I don't fucking click on something I don't want to. God damn it. Or click at all when I'm moused over. Was this happening earlier and I just didn't notice it?
I can't see your mouse.
God. Alright. So, this is a nice house. I need to know which of the brothers... Okay, so, let's check the map. The Crucible, Victor Kane, Simon Kane's brother. Simon Kane, the man of improper longevity, is waiting for me here. I've seen this as my request. I need living evidence of the impossible. The mysterious Mary Victor, doctor, is do. I was told to talk to somebody before I talk to somebody else. But, I'm not gonna lie, I think I've lost...
So there was the daughter, then there's the guy you're actually here to talk to, and then there's another person.
Yeah, one of the
right?
brothers...
The true way to be deceived is to think oneself more knowing than others.
The famous Dr. Denkovsky. Which hits different when he says that alongside his voice line. The true way to be deceived is to imagine you know more than others. Like, he kind of looks like he's giving me a look. Like, oh, you think you're big shit, huh?
I mean, he's giving you a solid hint, because I've heard one of the strategies that works well in the dialogue here is lie about how much you know. Pretend to know less so people tell you more.
Daniel D'Accusi, at yours. I foresee that things that have become ordinary for us will probably make you feel uncomfortable and disturbed. I like to compensate for that impression. You know, our small community has fallen out of the loop. Diamond is behind. What do you mean? I mean the traditions. Games that we play with passion will most likely be of no interest to you. The people here may seem eccentric, naive, or even somewhat deranged. Please take it easy on us. Don't judge us too strictly.
Yeah, we kind of fucking crazy around here, so, like, just be ready for that.
I will do my best not to disappoint you. I hope we will be able to work in the atmosphere of mutual trust. I did not disappoint him.
I
Oh.
fear that Simon's death is a symbolic event.
I feel that Simon's death is... We haven't learned Simon is dead yet. Grigori is waiting for you, my friend. He has,
Wow, spoilers from the
he has
game.
news for you that you'll find surprising. He only has one thing. Don't be too quick to reject his request. Thank you. Also, I'll decide then we're there. Unlucky Leona redeemed Water the Lee. Leona.
It's buzzing.
Gregory's waiting for my friend. I think I'll decide then and there. Alright, so Grigori is waiting for me.
In the test chamber.
We seem a little like a short king, don't we? We're eye level with the door opener.
I mean, he seemed about the same. What do you... I think you're eye level of people as well. I just think that's a fucking weirdly tall door.
Also, this is a weirdly laid out, like, mansion. Like, here's direct gate, and then, like, how the fuck do you even get to this building?
Perhaps outside and around?
Yeah, but, like, why build...
Maybe this is the back you're coming in through, and the front entrance is...
Well, why is the back facing the cathedral?
Well, you know, religion can suck your ass.
Crucible, the mansion of Grigori Kane. Alright, so let's go talk to Grigori. A lovely... Are these supposed to be red roses on this tree? They're supposed to be like an overgrown, stylized rose bush. A fascinating bit of decor. We won't be opening containers here because I don't want to steal on accident. I only steal on purpose. Hello there, man and Madro.
Most men only die because they know not how to prevent dying.
Valid. Most men do only die because they don't know how to prevent dying. Most
You
venerable...
stand a valid king.
Most venerable doctor, it is with great impatience that we have been expecting you. You need not delve into the minutiae of your business with us, since our family is well acquainted with your scholarly work. Also well aware of the difficulties you are experiencing and well prepared We have to do our utmost to support you. There's me all the more to be willing to inform you that Simon, my consanguineous brother, does that mean like sharing the same blood?
Yeah, that sounds
or
right.
not? Because consanguineous.
Maybe they're like stepbrothers?
Relating to or knowing people descended from the same ancestor. Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. No actual blood brothers. Okay.
The creator, keeper, embodiment of all
It's fucking
surroundings.
worth one dialogue and we're already Googling shit. My God.
No, you can't just say a bit of trolling. Oh, okay, Leonard. The thing is that you also don't count as a viewer if you muted, I think. As it hurts me. Wait, what were you saying I got to? Max?
I don't. Nothing important. I don't even
We're
remember.
also quite aware of the difficulties you're experiencing while praying to must support you. It hurts me a little more than what we did as murdered. I can't. Damn it! Why did it happen just before I arrived? Right as I found the chance to prevail. Precisely. Why did it happen just before your arrival? Are you asking yourself the same question? I don't see a connection between my arrival and the murder. In fact, I do see a connection. However, do not mistake it for a thought that you would murder him. Well, at least that's something. What do you know? What do you know feels very direct, but I'm feeling direct. My brother was murdered last night under the strangest circumstances. But for all the mystery surrounding his death, I'd rather eschew the notion that his departure was connected with whoever had visited Simon that evening. The visitor is a man of laudable rectitude and an old friend of the family. There are witnesses to testify that he and Simon did nothing but converse. Who is the visitor? Someone you know quite well. The man whom my brother saw last night was your colleague, Isidore Barak. He was not the very person you advised you come here as well? Yes. I would have told you that I'd been brought here by the hand of fate not so long ago. A naive man that I was. Fine, let's just jack ourselves off. Isidore has done more than he thinks. I have a lingering feeling that time itself is using uncontestable powers to further its own intentions. What do you think? I am no fatalist. Categories like time, nature, and fate deprive man of responsibility for what goes on around him. We have to avoid this worldview. I can't be positive towards this guy, so I'm trying to think of the way to be the least amount of dick, because I want him to tell me the most. What do you think?
I mean, saying I'm no fatalist isn't necessarily dickish. It's just disagreeing.
I have a lingering feeling that time itself. I don't think, so I guess I'm disagreeing that time will inherently kill people, because that's my theory, is that you can live forever or whatever. Could be that my mind is clouded by sorrow, but I cannot escape the feeling that your arrival was no coincidence. Your choice was made for you, my dear doctor. Let us not blame fate for it. Isidore wrote to you without making us aware. He took a risk that could have displeased our family. Why do you speak the words fate was discussed? Really? Even though we are uncertain of when you would arrive, my brother was looking forward to meeting you. The tragedy may have been a consequence of the actions he took in preparation for your arrival. Someone has taken a powerful piece from a chessboard, a piece upon which your position has been, and your position here depended. It is doubly regrettable that Simon was playing on your side. So you presume the queen knew of the blow and sacrificed itself for a pawn, but why? Suggesting that the reason I am alive is because Simon is dead. To grant you victory over death was not your ultimate aspiration. To help you, Simon seems to have played a very dangerous game with fate itself, went out of his way to provide you with a body of evidence. If that is so, I feel obliged. Do you want to help us, Doctor? Find the murderer for us. My brother Victor, who is in the wing next door, would share some of his thoughts on the matter. Help us, and the reward will not disappoint you. Indeed, it seems there are too many coincidences. Your brother's murder can just as well be called the murder of Bachelor Dankovsky. I will help you in every way I can. Get my hat together, between unaware of these developments running my whole life for null and void. I'm going with the first one. I'm convinced that if there's anyone at all that can help us solve this puzzle, it is you. This mission calls for someone as astute and inventive as yourself. If Isidore was an instrument of fate, then Simon's murder is a message that fate intended for you personally. I don't think I am inclined to blame you for that. I am not. How do you plan to look for the murderer? Me is the answer to that. That would have been very strange to say the least. Don't think I'm blind. No, this seems like defensive. We will take our own measures. The only thing I expect from you is to be yourself. Do only what you think is required. Whatever you find, whatever you do, whatever your day turns into, everything is a clue to the solution to the puzzle. I repeat, everything that is happening here is happening on your account. Fine. I'm fine with this course of action. You have my sympathy. Simon is dead. His brother Grigori is preparing to take the empty throne of the clan's leader. The king's obsessed with the idea of finding the murderer. That seemed to be proved by rancor, but rather by desire to uncover a mystery. Alright, well. The guy who I'm here to pick up on is fucking dead as a doorknob.
Can we get an F in chat?
F's in chat. No, I was just to talk with the brother, but I kind of want... Yeah, did I just get 3 coin?
You maybe you're picking up change off the ground.
Am I on... Like, is this supposed to represent the fact that I'm, like, being paid a retainer? Or, like, yeah, am I...
No,
like...
I think you're just, like, literally finding change. And the game is just doing a very bad job of communicating to you that is what is happening.
This is a framed painting of broken glass. A corpse.
You don't have one?
And a woman just hanging out. The fireplace is very close in areas in these men. Hello, how are you? Several similar paintings I see. What's up?
It came from
Maria.
below the ground. For many years, we were burying the bones wrong.
You're bearing the what's wrong?
I think she's
Madeline.
talking about bearing a child.
Madeline says it was probably just a mirror that someone then broke. Let's not be too pretentious. I mean, maybe, but then what? I guess she's just breaking mirrors as an art thing now? Because she's got 3 of them ranged here. You resemble an adventurer rather than a doctor. How is it that you know me? I am an adventurer. Who are you? Appearances can be deceiving. I saw you in a dream. Don't flatter yourself. My desires have nothing to do with that. I simply saw you take us all by the throat. Alright. Cruel words. What else do you see in your dream? I'll tell you when I think I can trust you. You're an arrogant girl, aren't you? I hope that happens soon.
What?
What? Every time they have them speak, I think they have to kick me in and out of dialogue. Is this the opium, or did you see her? Maybe she shattered the mirrors because appearances can be deceiving. I don't know if she's smoking up. I will look for a pipe. Now listen closely. The time.
Oh, no, yeah, she is 1,000% that person, yes. She is smoking up.
I'm going to ask something of you. I'm not used to that. I'm used to holding the reins, but you are not harnessed. Alright, we're talking about grabbing by the throat. We're talking about harnesses. Look, I'm trying not to make this game horny, but so it would be unacceptable to address you in this manner. I find solace in the fact that my request would be welcome with you. It fits the style of your venture. I'm not an adventurer. My job is no venture. I hope it never becomes one. Yes, you'd better be polite. I don't take kindly to orders. I'm a creature of liberty. I don't really want to say either of these things. But, well, I'll tell her to be polite. What?
Well, the first one sounds better, because the last one is, like, kind of dickish. The first one's just sort of a weird thing to say.
Well, she needs me to be an adventurer. She's thinking about me as an adventurer, and she is talking about giving up control of the reins. So, I'll put her in her place. Sis, you better be polite. I apologize. My words came across as mangled and silly. I truly am not used to asking. Later, my request demands complete and selfless humility. Just imagine me begging and kneeling, and believe me, I do feel that way. I kneel myself before a lady as charming as you. She earlier said, "Don't mistake."
Oh God, fucking! You just
she earlier
warmed your hands.
Yeah. Cole. Perhaps the broken mirror hints at a distorted view of the world, or an inability to look at it after appearances can be deceiving, especially if you can expect what you see. If you want to say the right thing, like it's an enjoyable video game. No need to kneel. I say, yeah, I'm going to say I'm going to be magnanimous, right? But not because she's always said, I thought about you in my dreams, but it wasn't a sex thing. So I'm not gonna make it a sex thing, but this is all business here at the
Well, just because
lounge.
the dream wasn't a sex thing doesn't mean she doesn't want to do sex things.
So don't mistake it for desire. Today's death was the first, but it won't be the last. Simon has opened the score of irreplaceable victims. Has opened the score of irreplaceable victims. Soon the number will multiply. I beg you to preserve the lives of several people when the lines of their fortune cross yours. Before any of them dies, there will be a moment when you'll be able to intervene. I know that for a fact. Who are these people? That doesn't matter. What was destined to happen will happen. You can be whatever you want to be, but not a coward choosing to hear no evil and run away from reality. I will give you a list of those who I know. People are capably bound to you. What is the world going on here? Are you trying to flirt with me? No, she's not. Bound.
Are you sure?
there was
She is
a-
a woman talking to you. In my experience, most of the time they're flirting.
Vote now on your phones if you think that's true.
It helps that I'm violently attractive.
Well, only something. Whoops, typo. After all, appearance can be deceiving, especially if you can accept what you see. True. There is a tightening spring of power within each of these people. Each of them can break the routine of human existence and become something greater. They are standing on the verge of their humanity, gazing into the realm where they could serve a different higher purpose, without even knowing. Moreover, they are bound to make the leap, in one way or another. That's why we call them simply the bound. But how is their fate bound to mine? Do you see my victory depended on them? How? When and how are these people supposed to die? Yeah, how are they bound to me? I don't know. I'm not a mistress yet. The future is not as clear to me as I would prefer if I was a married man. But I can feel the present. I can already distinguish a dubious guess from the pulse of the precise knowledge devoid of words and images. These people are bound to you. Your lives are connected. I wouldn't have asked you to take care of them otherwise. You can I warn something? You sound delusional. I'm sorry, remember there's a message in your head. You need to come to your senses. You clairvoyant or something?
I think there's a great quote about this game where it's like several characters in Pathologic have the ability to live the future. The Bachelor has the ability to be a dismissive dick to every single one of them.
Science, baby. Ah, yes, you haven't been told, have you? It didn't even come across my mind. You may be unaware of my abilities. No one here dares doubt them, for they are evident. Yes, the mistress of every ruling house possesses special abilities. I am learning to see the future and transform the present. The fact offers your words a different degree of authenticity. Forgive me, but I don't believe in this type of phenomenons. The fact that you see that your words a different degree of authenticity. Yeah, I'll take it seriously. Will you comply with my request? Will you save the lives of people I name you? Answer me before going back to Eva. Alright, if it's truly my power, my best. How do you know about Eva has asked me to come back? No, Maria, I need to go back to the capital as soon as possible. I was following principles. It doesn't matter which line of fortune cross. There will be no exceptions. I feel like the Bachelor is a man who believes in himself as a doctor. I always follow my principles. It doesn't matter which lines of fortune cross. There'll be no exceptions.
So what you're saying is you're a man without suspicion. You're a man who comes and goes. Who comes and goes.
Is this not the Secret Agent song? Whatever happens...
Chameleon.
Whatever happens, these people must live. Their fates are bound to mine. Let me hold the peace. Keys to all my victory again. You can brick the game if you let someone die, can't you? Gregory Kane. Okay, thankfully not the dead Kane. Victor Kane.
I don't know.
Andre Stamatin. Peter Stamatin. What's the face Peter's doing?
He's getting ready for a fight.
Maria, Kana, Eva Jan, Mark Immortel. Okay, Mark. Hi, Mark.
Maybe you should talk to him. He probably has a pretty good idea about immortality.
Yeah, I mean, clearly. I think he's a bard or something. Madeline asks, is Lee's Bachelor going to defeat death by using the Ring of Grammage to turn death into Leaf? He doesn't understand because he doesn't believe. You can only get the good ending if you keep all your bound alive, but you can't finish the game without doing that. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, her dress, I would just like to say, normally women's fashion, I don't think you tip the nip knobs. In general.
Oh, no, you absolutely tip the nip knobs. That's why people know there's nipples there.
Mm-hmm. Nice bed.
Feverish.
I'm feverish. I can't. If I knew there was a pandemic breaking out, I would run away from here even faster hearing you say that. Oh, some nice... Oh, there's wooden swords? Oh yeah, there's a lot of wooden swords around. This is a kid's room. Ooh, strange geometric drawing in the kid's room. Yeah, there's a sorrow. Sorry. Madonna and the traditional fashion of the Russian steppe share many qualities. Yeah, I mean...
I do remember Material Girl. Very reminded me of, the vast plains of Russia.
Look at these motherfuckers popping up. The town is small and rather exceptional, isn't it? But, I mean, it's pretty exceptional with the fucking sorcerers around, homie. But there are all kinds of people here, the simple folk and the more remarkable ones. The former will tell you more than they know. The latter will know more than they're ever going to let out. Keep a close eye on them, your future depends on it. And to other remarkable people, there are 20-something of them. Glad that you're not giving me anything, distinct there. Usually distinguishable by their lodgings or their presence. They're called many names. The Bound, the Fade, the Adherents, the Gobbo's Tadler, the Town Circle. Some prefer their company to any other. Why? Because it is they that will decide the fate of this town. Don't be distracted by the fact that some of them look insignificant or disreputable. They will earn their worth. You just give them their time. They're the most important joints of the town. I think it's an interesting idea. Just be like, hey, the NPCs are going to be the crux of this. You're going to have your role, but your main role is keeping them alive.
I mean, this game plays a lot with, the medium and like what is the game and what isn't the game. And so it's very much of this game to effectively have an NPC walk up to you and straight up say, hey, here's the thing you got to do for this game.
I mean, I think this game would be.
I think this is one of the few games in which I see this sort of thing and I'm like, that's dumb. I see this and I'm like, huh.
They wanted to make a game that was incomprehensible on some level, but they knew they had to put you in the right direction.
They wanted to be incomprehensible on a grand level, but like if you can't play the game, no one's going to get to the incomprehensibility.
Why are you telling me all this? Each day, one of them will try death by the tooth. Each will put their life at risk, and each one that dies is important. Some of them may take the keys to victory to the grave. Mind the keys are yours, while the grave is theirs. Others will do the opposite. Don't waste your chance to condemn someone who may get in your way. Don't waste your chance to condemn someone who may get in your way. I'm not condemning you. Why are you telling me all this for?
Because the other characters bound also are in the game, and they're also trying to keep them alive. And so you can help them out.
Okay, I'll take that into account.
And keep their bound alive as well.
Each bound will obviously influence the finale of your adventure. Each of them is one of the goals, motives. It was what happened. I'm trying to skip over the tutorial text a bit so that we can get to the meat here. But it's also about artifice and theatricality and the experience of playing a video game, what it means to engage in experience.
Matt, I wasn't going to say that bit about the endings.
Yeah, if you keep all the other guys bound alive, you can choose one of their endings instead. Damn. There is something in particular we feel the urge to warn you about. When you speak to the bound, please choose your words carefully. Do not worry, you will easily be able to make out what kind of person is there standing before you, an observant man that you are. So use that skill when dealing with the bound. Some of them are indeed worth insulting, whereas others need to be treated with most respect. I have no idea what we're talking about. If I ever engage in a conversation with someone, it won't be for personal gain. This conversation will bring you small profit. Depending on the outcome, of course. Depending on the outcome. Every line you utter will have consequences. News spreads rapidly around you. If you spoil your reputation in one place, you'll have to reap what you've sown in another, or restore your good name in the south, and you'll see a warm welcome to the north. They will heed every word you say, and you'll be rewarded. Not by means of money, I hope. A handful of money? It's not a dialogue fee, don't get me wrong. Never refuse to take small sums of money from the bound. That would not belittle you in any fashion, but would rather demonstrate that you appreciate the local customs. Alright, I'll keep local customs in mind. So we're making it clear that it's not rude to accept small sums of money and thanks, and that it might even be rude to reject them.
I mean, it would be rude to reject them, so don't.
I mean, I will say, Madeline, I don't even think anyone attacks you in the first day.
The first day is pretty chill, from what I understand.
And combat, particularly early on, seems practically optional. The main thing I remember was like day 2 or 3, I was dodging in and out of, like, plague clouds. So we're popping back to the other brother. So we have one brother lives here, one brother lives here, and, like, these 3 brothers each have their own house. On some level, and also, something about the windows feels stagey, doesn't it? Also, it sucks that I can't get to the room where
it's hard to say what's
2 coins.
It being an old game and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting a trickle. I can't wait for combat because I can't turn left without the mouse flying off the screen. God. So, one thing that confused me the first time I played this, and all further, is I don't think I could actually inspect the crime scene where he died? Question mark.
I don't remember if you can inspect the crime scene or not, but I do know those issues of other things you might want to inspect.
Let's check out. Let's talk to this dude again. I like the animation when he steps up to talk to you.
I feel as though my blood is getting thicker.
Your blood is getting
Oh, is it not?
thicker. And perhaps I can help you. Gregorius told me this evening. which is to say he told me very little, but wasn't to astound me. You may say that you can provide a more detailed account. So you agreed to help us. I have. You may ask why. The killer's goals seem to align astonishingly well with the goals of those who've been waging war against my work for years. We share a tragedy. I want to exact vengeance upon those who robbed me of my work in the future. I want to solve a puzzle. You can use the cursor lock software to keep the cursor in the game window. Near, would that be an extra piece of software I'd have to go download? Or is there a way, because I don't think it was happening before I downgraded my resolution to improve performance. Thank you, though, for the technical support. So, this guy, I mean, I haven't been giving warnings about him in particular, but when I checked the tooltips, because they put information everywhere, about what's going on, it seemed less like they were motivated by, like, Rancor than wanting to solve a puzzle. So I'm going to say I want to solve a puzzle. I even like having so little information. It's a challenge to my intellect. Oh, wait, no, that makes me sound like I'm very cocky.
Not only that, it makes you sound like you have your head so far up your own fucking ass. It's a surprise that you say anything but farts.
Yeah, we share a tragedy. The killer's goals seem to... So I'll just say, I think that we have a mutual enemy. I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have. When was Simon last seen? He sent Isidore home. Then an hour later, he came to this hall to see us. He announced his plans to withdraw to the focus and to receive no one. He told us not to approach the focus and to fast for a week, partaking of neither meat nor water. Then, in the morning, he was found dead. Why no meat or water? Our explanation is that he wanted to be mourned beforehand, as is the custom with the local people. This is very like him. So he knew in advance that he would die. I think between me and you, this is precisely what my brother Grigori fears. I can say nothing more than that. How was the body discovered? The servants discovered him in the morning. The room had been ransacked. Everything that was breakable had been broken. His disfigured, contorted body bore signs of terrible suffering. His neck was twisted, his spine broken. I think. No such the body is currently inside the focus and will remain there for the prescribed amount of time. What's this focus place? It's hard to explain. It's a study, if you will. An extraordinarily spacious creative laboratory, almost perfectly sealed off, except for the door that was visible at all times, metaphorically speaking. Yeah, because this guy was in his fucking mind palace when he got killed. Which is, like, you know...
the conceptual mind palace isn't a tool to aid memorization, or like a literal building?
I think he... I'm going off the old translation. Let's see what they say this time. I don't understand. It's like an equation or a mirror puzzle. Anyway, the murderer could not have been hiding there. Take my word for it. Well, Simon did get in there somehow. He could perform far more impressive feats. There's a reason why the whole town revered him. Tell me honestly, Clear Victor, did Simon exist at all? It's a weird fucking question. Hey, Pat.
Hey!
Pat,
now we're playing Pathologic.
Pat, join also the hangout. We can't hear you, or join the hangout and like do the stuff through there. Or actually, Max, is your audio through the hangout or the Zoom?
My audio's through the hangout.
Okay.
Actually, no, wait. Yeah, no, my audio's through Zoom.
Pat,
Audio's through Zoom,
Pat,
videos
do
through
the
Hangout.
audio through Zoom, but join the hangout to be seen for video. You can perform impressive feats. There's a reason why the whole town revered him. Okay, alright, so how can I help you? Just take a look around. Trust your intuition. Do whatever you feel like. Speak to whoever you feel you need to. Look for the murderer, doctor, and you will find him. Keep looking to the last breath. I am sure your rationality will help you. So Isidore is the only lead. How can I find him? Alright, who among the townsfolk can help me with this? My daughter will advise you better there. Her name is Maria. For several days she's been obsessed with some design that is somehow related to your arrival. Yes, don't be surprised. She knew beforehand that you were coming. I'm not surprised. Really, that's good. Anyway, Maria believes there are several...
My audio's coming in?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Let me just say. Okay, yeah, for a second I might have been hearing a splash, but I'm not anymore. We're playing Pathologic. It's a weird game about being in the Russian steppe, and, well, what we know right now on day one is that we have a murder to solve, because the guy who was seemingly immortal, and we were studying to prove that death is, optional and for a skill issue, essentially, is, dead. So, there goes our study. We're the Bachelor.
Rip.
Really, that's good. Anyway, Maria believes that several bound people place special on your fate before you leave this place, of course. Perhaps it should be them you should help first. First, I'll seek... help from my dear colleague, Isidore Barak. Where does he live? I'll show you, but must be careful. Simon's murderer, whoever they are, could not be an ordinary person. I can't imagine them even being a person. I fear it could only be fate, wearing the guise of a mysterious monster. I don't believe in fate. I will be careful. I'm gonna say I don't believe in fate. The response is to show me a map location where Isidore lives.
There's like 15 different animes. How could you not believe in fate?
The lump. Imagine living in the
Actually,
lump.
I'm not sure I believe in fate. I think there's so many different ones of them because I'm trying to convince us it's real when there really aren't any. If it was real, people would be able to answer the question, which one came first?
Oh, that's the point. Damn, you got me there. Nothing to argue.
There's no need to worry.
I can't argue against that. I have absolutely no idea which fate comes first.
Holy joy, multiple equals. So this guy was in his conceptual mind palace known as the Focus, and that's why we can't fucking find him. But I will see if I can poke around the main house before I actually. Max, can I trouble you? Do you know how I open my menus that aren't the? Okay, P is this shit. It's here.
I wouldn't have been able to answer it. So good thing you're able to figure it out.
And there's a quest log for this game, right? Oh fuck! I can light a flare. Nice. So there's a free.
You probably
light.
have a limited number of those. I hope they weren't useful, or you could have sold them.
Wait,
No.
No, I don't think they're a bespoke item. Of all the games to not tax you, wait. I have an item called kerosene, used for refilling the lamp. Spoke too soon. That's a bell tolling. Okay, I do not want to waste any time. This is a game of needs to chest. I just got a coin. I'm definitely getting paid a retainer or something because I'm the bachelor. So.
Death of a bachelor.
We the king have always been out of touch with the mundane reality, but we are driven by love. Love can be furious, funny, and blind, but there's never need to make excuses for it, is there? What did you see in that dream of yours? The one that has to do with me. A truly terrifying battle is ahead of you. If no one has ever told you of your fate, I'll be the first. You must know that I admire you in advance, regardless of the outcome. You will fight a foe that few can defeat. This is prophecy, regardless of the outcome. You will clash with your foe like a dragon slayer, but your weapon will turn against you. Striking at the heart, you will end up with your own flesh torn. Every drop of blood you squeeze out of the heart will turn into a gulp of yours. If your foe escapes you, penetrates you, or saddles you, oh, you'll hear malicious laughter in your ears, and my crestfallen weeping. It sounds kind of hot. The tears only make it better. So it's about the murderer. Well, I will make them regret your tears, whoever they are. He who laughs last, laughs best. I'm not trying to be super cocky with her, because I don't think she appreciates that.
I don't know. If there's two things I've read about from this woman, it's that she loves a really cocky person and is sexually interested in the main character.
Amazing. So I don't see... This is a seemingly two-story building with no way to get to the second story. I guess that's the secret. They just didn't install a stairwell, so you can only conceptually understand it, aka let down a ladder. And I'll just pop over settings.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Have fun.
Plague Finger V. I think that's only What's-Her-Face can do that.
I think Plague Finger V is a quest in Cyberpunk.
Sheath, holster, weapon, axe, list of the bound, T, quick save, quick load, inventory. Show hide hands, sneak inventory, diary is Q. In pursuit of a killer, to find who killed the immortal Simon Kane. Dead man's own family may want more than I do. May not want it more than I do. I have an abiding desire to punish the murder, to eradicate the My selfless advisor, Isidore Barak, is the last person to see Simon Kane alive. If it wasn't for Barak's guidance, I never would have come to this backwards domain. So Max, do you think that there's a way to, get into the crime scene? There's the quest marker back in this guy's house. I'll talk.
Well, do we know where it happened?
It said in the main hall, and I assume this building is the main hall. But let's have.
I mean, if you can't just walk in and no one who lives here has said anything, I'm gonna guess you just can't.
Yeah.
Might be wrong, but I don't think I am.
We're going to chat up this guy one last time, and then we're going to book it across town to Isidore's. This game is a lot about booking it across town, because the timer is running down, I promise you. Hello, Major Man.
So the Saburos have offered patronage to some changeling. Who is she?
They've spoken... I feel bad for anybody who, like, you know, for whatever reason can't hear the spoken dialogue, because the fact that you said that there's patronage offered to a changeling, you know, is pretty important to pick up on, but that's not in the text. I'm county doctor. So it was help me on one more thing. I would do say, yeah, I'd like to examine your brother's body. We have sent for Isidore Brack's most accomplished apprentice. His name is Stanislav Rubin. Quite a resolute and talented man this Rubin is. I have great expectations of him. He will bring everything you need, and you will examine the body together. I am no pathologist, and autopsy is not my specialty, but I could perform a preliminary examination. I am genuinely sorry, Doctor, but our family traditions were cherished for a long time as the families existed. One of the traditions requests the dead be left alone for 24 hours. The bodies are to be seen or touched by anyone. This period of deferral will be over by tomorrow. Curious tradition, where does it come from? Several occasions, excessive haste has led to undesirable consequences. The phenomenon that Isidore had invited you here to study is in our blood. The physiological trait of our family shows itself from time to time. It's quite intriguing. So he's implying that if you're too hasty about whether or not somebody's dead, they might not come back to life. The examination of the body will not help you in any way. This puzzle has to be solved within your mind. I am not able to, or even allowed to tell you more than that. Believe me, I am not trying to conceal any evidence from you. The body is kept in the ice house. It is intact, but focus may not be breached. Wait for the requested period of time to pass. Please take all possible measures to ensure it to the body. I think that the body might get stolen, so I think it's good that I asked to take all security measures. He might fuck up, though. So, I think we're done at Rich Fuckville for the moment. I kind of want to stop by and talk to our pretty lady, but time waits for none, and Isidore is our main man. So, we're going to cut through this alley onto that bridge and try and make it to this red hand mark. We are going to have to do the first day gives you a big crosstown jaunt. I think to just, familiarize yourself with a lot of what's going on and to get some idea of how it all works, which, we'll see how well we do. This place is poor frame rate. Inventory's character status is P. It's 820 on day 1. Protection from fire, bullets, and infection, and below softening are the qualities of an outfit. No infection, a little exhausted, a little hungry.
Below softening, protection from bullets, protection from fire, protection from infection. Weren't those the 4 things Close could do for you in Ada?
Close to be weak to incendiary. I just enter this random fucking house, but I won't be doing that. I think that there's like a ridge here, and that's the line depicted, so we'll get up to the street. Yeah, there's the bridge. See, if you fuck around like I did once, you can wind up on the wrong side of this wall. Again, I have 2 money, so I have a sterling reputation. I must just be getting these fucking rubles or ducats or whatever, like, passively.
I think you're finding them on the ground.
I've gotten them on places that I've walked over before because I reach.
I don't think they're like, oh, you're finding them new. I think they give you money every so often while you're walking around to represent finding money on the ground.
I see it's a game mechanic. Yeah, I can see the game doing that.
Because you correct me if I'm wrong, but you've only found them while walking around.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever passed those.
Yeah, if you've been like standing in a place, not getting shit.
So we're hooking around this building. Navigating this town is going to become a chore. Ooh, a lovely little rain. Now, I'm looking out for anything that might be a shop, just in case they wanted to sell me anything. No particular reason. I feel like the first day of town is the best day to, buy something, but...
Can't imagine why.
Dinkovsky actually kleptomaniac actually discover when the horde of townspeople whose money he stole descends. An empty bottle is required, right to full water. Like a Zelda game. Yeah, I got 3. Picking up money. Is this the police precinct or something? I feel like it's one of those important buildings. This is the town hall. Honestly, even though it's not marked, I'm gonna stop in. Oh, and there's a shop there, I think. It's got the sign.
Yeah, it's not like you have anything to do today.
It's 8:20. Interesting clock. Okay, the town hall is fucking abandoned. We need empty bottles for water, and, you know, I'm a man of science. Oh god, I see a bin. I think the Bashko would be rubbish diving at this point, but I don't know if I should favor roleplay or gameplay in that decision. Hello, Mr. Shopkeep. Today's Clock Appreciation Day completely. What do you have for sale? Milk, a bottle of cow's milk. This is one of those games where you drink a bottle and you get an empty bottle, right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Milk.
Wait, hold up. What was the description of the bottle of cow's milk? I saw the word milk
A
in quotes.
bottle of cow's milk.
Suspicious.
Be careful with this product. Milk is very good for one's health, but its origin means there is always a big risk. Women say that recently cows have been producing a clear ichor, and dark clots have been found in streamed milk. Farm animals cannot be trusted these days, so it might make you sick or lower your immunity.
Ah, you're fine.
Fresh meat. The meat of an animal slaughtered hours ago. Nobody knows where this came from. The situation in the abattoir is unknown. Its innards are closed off to common people, and any contact with the cemetery is temporarily cut off. In that case, the fresh meat is nutritious and tasty if properly cooked. Fresh fish. The fish was caught today or yesterday. So I guess, in a way, that tells us meat, fresh hours ago, fish 2 days, which doesn't feel... I feel like fish doesn't keep as long as meat. Egg.
I feel like
egg.
I don't know nearly enough about...
Fascinating to imagine eating quail and their eggs. Very nutritious, especially good for an organism weakened by a serious illness. Yeah, like if you're a fucking hawk. Chickens and... God, why do I want to go... I want to go stop the stream and go, like, scramble eggs right now. I'm not going to, but that would be a funny stream. Dried fish. The river has produced quite a few. Unpleasant surprise recently. This indicate a mass dying off of fish. Hundreds of dead fish have washed up during the past week. This is a game where you get a lot of information in the tooltips. The banks are covered in scales. This made the people wary of eating fresh fish, and they now prefer preserved fish like this one. Buying preserved fish. And you know what? A little bread.
Here's
rock, no signs
my
of mold.
my first thought, right? So, I mean, you've already said it at this point. There's a pandemic about to hit, right?
Yeah.
Oh, God. The thing is, I want to say shit that's about shit that happens later in the game being foreshadowed. Or at least a thing happening here which makes me think a thing about something that happens later in the game that I want to talk about, but, like, I won't.
Did I buy? No. How? Pathologic, how to buy things in the store. Classic, how to buy in store.
Oh, that's always the best feeling. Did the same thing in Oblivion. How the fuck do I buy stuff? Or do I buy one? I think just whatever's trying to work out.
Press accept in the up. Oh, there's a button saying. Oh, there's a V and an X.
Oh yeah, everyone knows that V is
The check mark, yeah. So my kerosene is empty.
That's sort of makes sense.
Kerosene is empty, but I can still turn on my light. Maybe it's for refilling, and right now it's filled. All right, I'll be careful with it. So, you know, I'm just buying stuff in town. Do you think it's meta? Do we think we care about meta? To dumpster dive at this point? And the Bachelor really wouldn't?
That's up to you. Only you can ask yourself that question.
I'm passing up for now. Hello there, friendly, wandering
I mean, only you can answer that question.
You seem like
you
a
can ask yourself.
carouser. Look at this guy's demonic fucking face. This guy is straight out of Vampire the Masquerade. There's even a guy with roughly the same outfit. If you're meta buying stuff, you might as well meta dumpster dive. Well, okay, but like, I have no food, and I'm in town, and it's the morning. I haven't had breakfast. Well, how ferocious Mother Nature is. For 'tis her wrath that has to be withstood, oh friend, if only I could wet my whistle. I'd gladly give you anything on earth in exchange for a gulp of chilly spring water. How about we barter? You'll have your water and I'll have bandages. Appreciate your clock before daylight saving. May you now be worth. He has nothing for sale, actually, so, maybe you can only execute that trade if you have precisely his request. I don't know what you use hypergenic materials, a problem you could solve with dumpster diving. God, what is this, America? Alright, let me know how choppy is on the stream for you guys. I'm having a bit of chop, particularly in some of the outdoor scenes. Can I draw in... I can feel the view, but I don't have a draw distance option. Let me reduce the anti-strop... Oh, restart the game. Fuck that. We restarted enough. And one of the restarts gave me the fucking sliding mouse.
Gave me the mouse slideys, that's called.
The friendly gentleman.
Come forth, ye friendly gentlemen.
So, they're like, oh yeah, you'll know. There's some important stuff. So like, there's a lot of modern art, like fucking ass buildings in this game. And yeah, unsurprisingly, they normally have the important NPCs. I think Iscador's is just one of like the regular townhouses, though. About to round the corner and learn I'm full of shit. No, it's sort of the same. Wait, hold on. That's Iscador's house. So there's a oh. You know how I like to have my house fenced from the street? I guess he has a big backyard. That makes sense. Oh no, I remember this bullshit. I have to get like there's like a very deliberate fencing that forces you to take a certain alley. This area has a lot of deliberate fencing for reasons that you guys will see later in the game. That's an interesting red hue to a curtain in there. Oh my god, yeah, so this guy, like, from like 3/4 of the exterior walls of his house, you cannot get in or out. Only this one very particular approach.
Are you calling this person's house weird for only having a door on one side?
Two boys out front. What's up, buddy?
I'm just saying, I feel like it's not that unusual to only have one door into your house.
A foul murder... No, well, but like there's a backyard. Like there's a yard-like area attached to his house, but he can't get to it. A foul murder occurred here this night. No authorized access allowed. Citing the crime scene strictly forbidden until further notice. Who was killed? Well, you're not a local, sir. Certainly I understand a loss we've suffered. Isidore Barak. A great surgeon, a benefactor to us all, and an all-around skilled doc. A same man beloved and well-respected by us locals. Does it always have to take us, does it really always have to take the very best for the foul time to live in? I knew him, I'm a doctor too. Whoever killed our only doc must surely be looking to get us all killed. Isidore could cure anything. He also knew how to make cuts or incisions, because he was a warden. He knew his lines all right. Like I said, it all makes sense. Whoever killed Simon took Isidore's life too. This is merely the beginning. What makes you think the two cases are connected? At the beginning, what makes you so sure? See, this murderous deal is all mysterious. There was a talon stuck in the victim's chest. Go ahead, bend your arm at the elbow, good sir. Yeah, like that. There you go. And that's how long it was. It broke off. There was dust on the floor, for the deceased had been removed. For the deceased had been a renowned stepwalker. Hi, Pat.
Heyo, I'm back.
We have arrived in town to learn the guy we wanted to study is dead, and the doctor who summoned us to town showed up at his house to learn he also got murdered last night. There was dust on the floor. For
And who the fuck wasn't murdered last night? Shit.
Me, because I hooked up with a honey with a fashion sense. And the dust wall...
She asked him to warm his hands with her in bed.
And the dust was all covered in hoof steps.
Are you playing a male character? Crazy.
We cannot play the female character until our second playthrough. And like
the female character's like 8.
I guess. As if someone was using a walking stick around here. I'm telling you, it's her. The Shabnak Adir, the clay man-eater. Alright, enough of this. Is there a person of a simpler mind assigned to work this case? Yeah, is there an idiot working the case? I want to inspect the building. We've been assigned to this post by Alexander, the head of the Saburov family. His house is in decline right now, but it's still powerful and very much respected. Yeah, my boss is in decline, but you know, it's still pretty powerful. For his day, he's been responsible for maintaining the worldly order and public safety in the town since olden days. Please kindly just your concerns.
Why is the patrolman like a flesh puppet?
You're gonna see that's the face. This is a pretty old game. This is the faces. There. Oh, you mean in the left?
Yeah. So I mean that effectively indicates there's a
Generic.
whole theatrical theme going on here. Anyone who isn't like a character is that.
He's an extra. The fact that it's got the puppet for his portrait means he's an extra. As for me, I'm not doing. Should have said that from the start. All right. And you note, the game is dicking me around because they've deliberately built all these fences to force me to take a deliberate way around to the Saburov place. Hey, what about squatting Slav? You got a different idea? There's no place for you to be, sir. Can you kindly leave? The place is villainous and times are rough. What's some thundercup that comes after you? I can't protect everyone. I heard that there was no crime here. I'm doing my job, you do yours. But yeah, I think this is the guy. I think Saburov is the guy who, like, I literally had to reread his dialogue 10 times to guess what the fuck am I mean. I'm gonna flesh buff this. Well, you see the graphics? I mean, it's actually relevant to the story. It is. Meat in all its forms are relevant. It will be needed to tell the tale before a miracle can be spun if we are to survive the coming days. I picked up 3 ducats on the street. Considering shit costs like 135. Alright. I never produced a better meme than when I called the Duke's ability to make money ducal dues.
Honestly, it works so well that honestly, every time I play coup with someone outside of our circle, I'm always a little surprised that they didn't call it that.
Yeah, because like it's literally a thing I made up.
Well, yeah, it's literally a thing you made up, but like it works so well that it feels like one of those things that like
people would
must have gotten out, right?
Would convergently figure out themselves or something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like when I say it, and like people aren't like, "That's the cleverest thing anyone's ever come up with." I'm like, "You fools! You know not what you have."
They don't appreciate my brilliance. I'm glad you're offended on my behalf. But yeah, here we arrive in a stately place. We have almost like a fleur-de-lis design, but with more like leaves and laurels, and a vast geometric and floral design. Honestly, looks very Arabic rug.
I mean,
that one does, yeah.
Like
if you think
the
about
gold and black rug, absolutely, this belongs. Like just the nature of it and the use of nature imagery, and in a geometric pattern. We'll talk to this dudo. Check out his head haircut.
So what's the vampire guy's story?
So this guy?
Yeah.
He is a very important man in town who's in charge of the worldly affair of town. I like how the real guy picture they used for him receded to a wedge, but this guy, a stone cold, chiseled, rigid line. So I finally get to see you. Yes, you really do look like a messenger of sorrowful times. In any case, welcome to the Rod. Our me is quite significant in a way. Facing the changes. Unlucky Leona, thank you for watering the leaves. Our meaning is quite significant in a way. Facing the changes with open eyes and taking their first blow is my duty.
Duty.
Do you think we're on the verge of an especially unhappy era? No grim event has clouded our existence since last summer. The country has cured its war wounds. Okay, so there was a war last summer. Commercial.
Okay, that narrows down a hypothetical time period.
Astrologists expect nothing ill. Good that we're keeping up with them. Do you hold astrologers' opinion in high regard?
Also, know what I find crazy? You know when like horoscopes were like first a thing?
When?
Like the goddamn 40s.
The 1940s?
Yes. Maybe it was the 20s, but it was the 1900s. It was a fucking like magazine editor that came up with them.
That's crazy.
For putting in a magazine. But he did a horoscope for a famous person who had a baby. Did a horoscope for their baby. Because that was a thing people did. But then, as a follow-up, decided to do a horoscope for everyone born that day. People loved that so much that he started doing a daily horoscope for everyone born that day. just every day, until he took a break and then came back with doing them for each of the signs.
Huh. So, this guy thinks that shit is going down, and we have to convince him to let us into a building where a dude is dead so we can inspect a body. He's asked me if I hold astrologist's opinions in high regard. The Bachelor is a man of science. Say the movement of the planets has an obvious effect on our life. However, I don't think it's humanly possible to gain any profit from that. So that's sort of saying, like, yeah, the planets move, dummy. Or, it's also, Pat, this game is Russian and notorious for its original translation being very bad. I just bought and am playing the HD edition, which is known to be quite a bit better in that regard. Now, this is either saying we can't gain any knowledge from fate, but astrology is real, or not.
Let me think about this.
Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to, sir? I dodge his questions. Sometimes I have to. Are you an astrologist? I'll go with the begrudging acceptance. Are you an astrologist? I am a ruler. Astrology can be very curious, but I cannot allow it to influence my decisions. I have to act according to factual circumstances. Wouldn't you agree? Definitely.
Neither the sun nor death can be looked at without winking.
Neither the sun nor death can be looked at without winking. Now he's asking where the quote's from. So you've come to meet Simon, haven't you? What can I do for you? Oh, by the way, are you hearing the music from the game and everything, Pat? Are you hearing the music from the game and everything? It should be piping through.
Kinda, yeah. It's like creepy.
Yeah,
Like creepy, vibey shit.
I was actually invited by Isidore, so I came to meet with him first and foremost. But now it turns out that. Do you have any weapons? When he asks what I can do for you. He's murdered, yes. Looks like the murderer is always one step ahead of you, doesn't it? The same one that took Simon's life, too. At least that's the conclusion suggested by the information at my disposal. Same pattern, same signature. Were there any traces? Look, I haven't been there myself. I'm quite content with interrogating suspects, especially since we already know who we're after. You can join the hunt, by the way. I can describe his features. As of now, total embarrassment. Who is it then? You wouldn't believe it, his own son. The fellow came back after being away for quite a while. This is one of the other playable characters, who is being framed for murder right now. His father had sent him to study surgery when he was but a greenhorn. Quite a lot he has learned, huh? A wandering scholar turned evil to the bone. All of that just to grab the inheritance. Wait, how did you figure that out? No, honestly, it's hard to explain that to an outsider like you. Do you believe in this thing as the clairvoyance, Bachelor? No, or of course I do. I'll say of course I do. Well, this guy says he's about facts and not astrology, but maybe considers clairvoyance fact. I'm gonna say, God, I'm gonna say no. Well, you should get to know my wife then. Oh, perhaps. Or better yet, those who already
Damn, you fucking everyone in this town.
Prophecies. Former doubters, first and foremost, rationalists. She's got something to say to you too, by the way. So your wife called out Isidore's son specifically. So you do have rationalists in the town, except for me, that is. Yeah, I want to know about his wife, not not specifically no, but it all adds up, and the circumstances of his death make you wonder too. Isidore's son arrived here last night. The timing speaks against him. It even matches the time. Oh, I mean, I arrived here last night too. It even matches the time it takes to get from the Crucible to Isidore's house. That's not enough. I'll have to take the investigation by my own hands. Anyone who can be of help to me apart from your wife. There are very good analysts in our town. Everyone is more or less superstitious here, except for one Yulia Lirachev, perhaps a most level-headed, reasonable person. The only person to remain skeptical about Katerina's talents, too. Without a shadow of a doubt, she has her own picture of events. She always does. What is this Yulia, or who is it? Exactly the person I need. The Trammel, Yulia's house. So, of course, we're going to have to cross and then reach Yulia's house. This is, first day is visit rich person's house simulator to ask about murders. But also, hey, bro, let me inspect the house.
This Perspex is trying to prove his innocence. It's a no-go.
I'll ask other people guarding the house. There's my volunteer patrolmen. We usually keep around 20 of them, but I've increased the number recently to 150 or so. Why do you need so many? There's unrest in Temetary. If I weren't certain that Isidore's been murdered by his son, I would even consider a crime to be politically motivated. Isidore was preparing to take over the kin and become its leader, at least according to the information I have. Your wife again. No, the source is a bit more straightforward this time. You really shouldn't look down my wife's talent with such skepticism. But you'll come around soon. Hopefully, lack of faith won't end up being too costly for you. Time is running short. Maybe I need to be nicer about foresight with him. I don't think you're aware of the fact that Isidore came to me last night, just before he had returned, and warned me that there were some ominous events ahead of us. I took that as an unofficial warning of his upcoming takeover. So you took measures. Evidently, I mobilized the patrols. I see what you're implying, Bachelor, but I'm not insane. Junior Isidore's murder, as a matter of fact, is strong, independent kin under Isidore's rule would have been very useful to me. Really? Why? Because that would weaken the power of the Honorable Vladislav Olgimsky, who's pocketed the economy of the whole town. He'd rather see the kin as a dumb and speechless herd. Come to think of it, well, I'm sure you understand where I'm going with this. This is precisely what good warned me about. What? I think not anymore. Look, do you have any weapons? No, just distributing the remaining weapons to patrolmen to the Bone Stake lot. Rumor has it something's brewing there. The rabble are trying to catch some man-eater, all agog. But even if I had weapons, I couldn't give any to you. Why in the world should I? Something's brewing. What exactly? They're going to lynch a woman, I think. There's a superstition circulating among the people. A myth of a man-eater. She's a man-eater. From the steppe, a creature called the Shabnak Adir. I have a question, Pat. How do you think that's pronounced? Bearing in mind that this is either a Russian word or a Russian idea of a Central Eurasian word.
Okay, hold on. Don't move from the screen. I had to refresh because it did the thing where it...
Supposedly it can only take female form, even though it's made of all sorts of filth. Where are my patrolmen, though?
Shit, fuck. It's not good enough for me to read. Let me... Yeah, I can't read it, Lee. I don't know.
Even on the stream?
No, it's not. I don't have enough.
Let me spell it out for you. SHABNAK -ADYR.
I've typed it out in my maze as well.
Okay. Where'd you sign it? Mad Bands?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's see. Shabnak Adir? Adir? Shabnak Adir?
Shabnak Adir. Supposedly.
Adir?
Adir.
Adir? Deer?
Adir. A doe. A female
Okay, sure.
deer. Where is this lot?
You're so bad at pronouncing
Yeah, I was
it.
about to say, like, even I was like, I can see what she's trying to communicate.
A deer?
A deer.
A deer?
Adir.
A deer.
A deer.
Yeah, like...
I want to suck your cock. A deer.
Yeah, exactly. Just say it in the fake...
Shabnak Adir.
Like, unironically, doing like a subtle accent of your idea of what people from that place sound like often helps with pronunciation.
No, yeah, I do that trick.
Literally, yeah.
Shabnak Adir.
Adir. Yeah, no, that was better. See?
The Bone Stake lot is located somewhere among the back alleys right in the middle of Earth. But I like how there's a place here called Earth. Between, I think it's supposed to be because it's dirt. Between the Tanners and the Skinners districts, it used to be a huge dump. Before that, the mob had used it for their barbaric gatherings. Some time ago, they reclaimed the dump and revived the tradition. This is the best description you can offer. It won't be easy to find the place. What kind of dump? The dump's been there since the foundation of the cemetery, and the construction of the Skinners and the hindquarters began, and the waste was still dumped in the lot. People grumbled at first, but they seemed to calm down, and now recently, they just quietly cleaned it out. Where did the waste go? No idea. It's like they ate it up. They couldn't have buried it. It's against their rules. They were probably protecting the earth, those savages. But where did my patrolman disappear to? Should I maybe investigate? You want to?
God, I want to say some stuff about stuff. So bad.
I think that this guy's quest line is associated with somebody else, and I'm picking up a job to save a different bound here. But I do remember talking to this guy and rushing down to a certain lot. You want to see the man too? Don't. They're just rumors, most likely. You'll find some poor victim of a frenzied mob there. That's what the patrolmen are for. As for a better description, you can see a huge upright boulder standing there since the beginning of time, a Neolithic artifact. I see.
I have to restart my computer. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
And
Gravel is completely out of
so you've
control.
counted with Simon.
They must have been bought.
Well, give me a look at this time. It's my fault. Okay, so that's just a way to exit. Have I done anything to damage my reputation already? No. I'm still full reputation despite maybe not being the best at dialogue. Yeah, Max. Is it what you wanted to say that I was making a big decision there without realizing it?
No.
Fair. Like a foreshadowing thing, or like there's something you're not.
This is
picking
more
up?
foreshadowing. It's not even foreshadowing. Maybe sort of, but like, I don't know if I should say, but the Bachelor. I'm not going to say the details, but the Bachelor, by the end of the game, arrives at a conclusion as to what caused the disease. And they are dropping an awful lot of fucking breadcrumbs for that conclusion.
Oh shit! Is it the appearance of the man-eater?
I won't say, because since you don't know what it is, I think you should learn along.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't know if you already knew, in which case I would have just said some shit.
No, I don't. All right, y'all. I think that I need to get a cream filling.
Could you not? As a favor to me.
Hey, there's a clothing store here. I wonder if there's any threads I can dub up on. Let's strip up. Oh, no, but you know... So he sells an empty kerosene thing. A needle that's... What does 0 of 2 mean in this game, actually?
0 out of 2.
Because why is it needle 0 of 2? Oh, no, that's how many I'm buying. I see. Okay, I have 27 oil. It says 0.27 even when I'm not on a transfer screen. Drapery. A piece of light fabric, a sheet of tablecloth or a cotton curtain, used for moving around in infected areas in order to prevent accidental tactile contact with infected particles and surfaces. A single-use item is usually thrown away before entering a building. Sure. Pick it up. I don't know that I have any particular use for needles, so I won't be gathering one. Nice house. I wish, Max, be thinking of this in the back of your mind, crib style, from exterior perspective, because the interiors are like nonsense land. Which of these houses would you most want to live in?
From the exterior perspective?
Yeah, like which ones do you think look the coolest? Because, oh, hello there.
This girl is a changeling. She's not the murderer.
I seem to have lost incapacity for observation. My mind is out of tune. Things no longer add up. Before I had no trouble forming a trustworthy tessellation out of the most imperceptible contingencies. Now I simply cannot get it out of my head or out. Could it be that I am dying? The steep air is way too thick. I think that's what causes it. Yeah, the steep air is dummy thick, and it's alerting with the clapping of the sound waves. It happens when people are tired. You haven't slept for a while, have you? Yes, it definitely is right to die. What a dick thing to say. Alright, Yulia. Yeah, it's when you're tired. Oh no. Herba Tivinre is in blossom, I grant you, but then it blooms every year. Every year the steep is filled with its stupefying vapors. That's weird. She seems to be talking about stupefying vapors, despite the fact that I didn't talk about them. It has nothing to do with fatigue or perplexity. It's that I've lost my ability to make distinctive events in one side. Everyone has that ability. You don't seem to understand what I'm saying. Let me elucidate. A single word someone utters may participate in the birth of their own murderer. Hey, Pat. I'm going to be right back. Max, I'll take off my headset, so feel free to say anything to Pat that you'd like to that might, you know, be spoilery. Headset is off now.
Well, I don't think you give a shit, so I'm not going to say anything. interesting story. Instead, I'm going to engage in some banter. What's a good banter topic? I, for some reason, have signed up for texts from this pizza chain from my local area. And they send a text nearly every day with like a discount code, which is kind of nice. Pizza's not bad. But they always start the text out with some joke about a headline from that day. And they turn those headline jokes around quick, to the point where a couple of times now I have learned about a bit of news from a text making a joke about it from a pizza place.
Holy shit. What?
Like, when Steve Bannon was arrested, like, I heard about that first from the pizza.
Who was arrested?
Steve Bannon. Maybe we'll see. So, something happened with him, and I heard about it first through this. It was
Christ! That's so funny.
Yeah. And there's a couple times where I've read a headline for something, and then within a couple minutes gotten a text being like, hey, that thing you just read about, ain't that fucking crazy? I was gonna like cancel it or block it because, like, you know, it's just spam for the most part, but I'm genuinely kind of enjoying it. It's good advertising.
Yeah, no, that's funny as hell.
Yeah.
Man, they have weird fucking music in this.
Yeah, it's a weird game in general. It's in a way designed to make you not like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be uncomfortable, right?
Yeah. Which is a real bold choice, but, you know, I respect it.
Yeah. Fucking weirdos.
Hell yeah, we love a weirdo in this house. We stand an absolute weird king.
Yeah, I mean, you know, kind of hard not to love weirdos if you're into Diesel Shot.
Yeah, we are, if nothing, if not a collection of misfits.
Yeah, we're weird. We out here being weird.
We out here acting strangely. It's a good thing that Twitch isn't like a neighborhood full of soccer moms, or they would have called the cops on us for acting weird.
Yes, exactly. I'm just knocking these fucking.
Yeah, you're like, I am loving these. I think these are really great. Like, just they're not like as amazing as your full scale things, but like to fill out a roster of faces for a game, I love these.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, have I told you that Goop and I are thinking of making a visual novel based on this game? Because I've put in so much work. Goop's like, I literally would just have to make some backgrounds and maybe ask you for some character like expressions, and I could do the work.
Hell yeah.
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. There's several different ways to make visual novels. Heather and I once thought of doing it, and I looked into the engines, and there's a lot of options.
Didn't you write a visual novel once?
Yeah, I ghost wrote the script for an entire visual novel.
Well, I mean, if you want to help, I mean, I'm sure Goop would appreciate.
No, I was also thinking. Did I not say it? That I think that we should do like Change Stars adventure games and visual novels because, like,
Definitely.
a lot of what like makes you stand out is if you have custom art, and we are. You know, powerhouses.
I mean, I would legit be down for something like that. Obviously,
would it be lewd?
But
yeah, we'll finish Change Stars before we invade any new big projects. But keep in mind, you don't seem to understand what I am saying. Let me elucidate. A single word someone utters may precipitate the birth of their own murderer. Yeah, like if they say "let's fuck" and then they fuck their son and their son kills them. This line of philosophy. A single word someone utters may precipitate the birth of their own murderer. What word could you utter that precipitates the birth of your murderer?
I can think of a few.
Change Stars the game. It was already a game. Yeah, go. This line of philosophizing is barely an intellectual novelty, and it is particularly relevant Also, never get the brand that isn't the oh god. I got duped by advertising today. For
What?
yesterday. I have the subpar snack cakes, and they don't have the better cream filling. I should have gotten the fucking Hostess.
What's a snack cake?
Like one of these little Johns.
A snack cake is what I call my ass.
This is a lot of philosophizing is barely intellectual novelty and is particularly relevant in our neck of the woods. I sometimes feel like if I could touch the notions of cause and effect with the tips of my fingers. But now, I mean, tedious, I reckon. Not at all.
There are unseen connections looking through the
I like her ice-cold blush.
that the world seems to be made of.
Man, people were on some weird existential shit in the 2000s.
A creamy pie. So, you all travel...
I mean,
here
you
to
know,
find
with
her.
Britney Spears topping the charts, you ask a lot of questions.
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
damn, she good. And I hope there's nothing weird going on in her relationship with her father.
All of these things are, in fact, questions.
I have to find whoever it is that killed Isidore and Simon. I don't want to ask for help. Saprov told me of a gift for all manner of investigative inquiry. Do you like Eva Yan? Yeah, how do you feel about the woman I'm fucking? No, I'm gonna ask about this.
I mean, I think that's a good question. I wouldn't phrase it that way,
I'm
but
certainly
like,
no better investigator
one?
than you.
if I was like
The one who I'm staying at the house of.
regularly seeing someone as a serious thing, I would definitely be like, "What do you guys think?"
Is your character the Bachelor, by the way? I
Yes.
Wikipedia this.
Yes, I am playing the Bachelor.
Ah.
I never had a chance to search for a murderer before. The best I can offer is to fill in the blanks with whatever mysterious supernatural entities seem most fitting. Shabnak Adir is the simple man Scarecrow. I would have followed a different narrative. What kind of narrative? Consider the circumstances of his death. Is it Simon had locked himself up in the evening? He died in the morning inside the mansion in a chamber, some peculiar name. In this case, I would suggest that Simon was poisoned.
Dun, dun,
By the
dun.
Canes, I would have thought, but I know their family all too well. Their mutual loyalty is only rivaled by their arrogance towards anyone who is not of them. They hold the princely sage who stands at the head of the family in highest esteem. They believe that a single dishonorable act will tarnish their name for generations to come. Any of them would have stooped to this, no matter whether they wanted to or not. Poisoned, how do you drive this conclusion? I don't believe you understand what he died in focus really implies. Do you know what the Canes refer to as focus? You don't seem to grasp the semantics of the term. These are the Canes for you. These kinds of innuendos are their forte. Well, what is this focus then? The focus is anything but an abstraction. Quite the opposite, in fact. It is governed by mathematically rigid regularities. You see, no one but the owner of a focus may get inside. This means that Simon had brought the killer with him. Or rather, within him, since no physical object may be brought into the focus either.
What the fuck?
I like to point out, this is a game where, like, you're trying to, like...
Well, the thing is, he died of the plague. Like, that's not a spoiler to say. We know the plague did it.
So is the
90%
plague
sure.
like some sort of existential thing?
I mean, it has a physical manifestation, but what causes it is a question I think gets answered differently depending on which character you are.
Yeah, so each character has their own belief as to what caused the plague and their own solution to it,
But this,
based on that belief.
but this game, it starts off with, like, it seems really grounded, but then it's like, oh yeah, this guy who died, no one could have gotten to him because he was in his mind palace.
I mean, isn't this also the guy who lived forever?
Yeah, this is the immortal guy you were there to interview. Or rather, within him. Yeah, how do you know that? Who doesn't? The Canes notoriously pass out all manner of synthetic anomalies. I wonder what a non-synthetic anomaly would be. They will never pass up the opportunity to devise
An organic anomaly?
They
Do
will,
you know what cryptids are?
they will never pass up the opportunity to devise a Kunststück. A Kunststück. I don't know if we still have a German speaker in the chat. We do have Pat.
Yeah,
We
if
are.
I sneak bust out, there it is.
That would allow them to warp space. Cool. Oh, what? Wait, sorry, Pat, did you say something about somebody
What's
passing
that?
out?
Hmm? What'd you say?
Did you say something about somebody passing out?
No, I said I have no fucking clue what that word is.
Kunststück. It's Kunst plus Stück. A feat or a trick. To devise a feat that would allow them to warp space, challenge physics, or manipulate optics. Metaphysically, a focus can be compared to a camera obscura. Do you note the name is not unfitting? No, it is entirely impossible for someone to get inside. A curious conclusion, but an incorrect one. Simon was disfigured and bleeding. His bones are broken. Is that so? Was this to deduce a different perspective? Do you say Isidore was the last person to see Simon? The question is, who did he see before? The sun had not yet set when Isidore returned from the steppe. However, he came to Simon well after midnight. The question naturally arises, where did he spend the missing hours? This is why I'm trying to trace Isidore's steps. I want to take the same route. Don't get me wrong, though. How would she get me wrong? Was Isidore seen with Saburov by any chance? He was. He warned Saburov of an upcoming storm. Alright, let me suggest then that... Oh, there was an option to not tell her that. Maybe I'm letting on information. Alright, let me suggest then that while he was in the steppe, he saw or learned something that he wanted to report to all three ruling families. In this case, either of the Olgimsky family should have been on his itinerary, especially since Barak was one of their own men. Really? Definitely. The Bull project from the abattoir to the railway is controlled by the Olgimsky family. If Isidore's discovery had anything to do at all with the kin, Isidore would have certainly related to Vlad. So do make sure to pay a visit to the Lump. That's the name of the Olgimsky mansion, another fitting name, wouldn't you agree? Thank you, Yulia. What would I do without you? God, so we still don't have permission to go check out the murder scene. And, we can give him one more house to hit up. So we're going to meet all of the ruling family heads in one mad dash.
Is this the first or second night?
This is the first night. So there's no pandemic or anything outbroken yet. This is the steady state world of the town, which I like. One of the things I like the least in video games is when they put you into a Paragus mining facility situation, which briefly, Pat, the Paragus mining facility to start where like you're an exiled Jedi who wakes up from a back to tank to find like everyone's dead. And then you like go through logs to find out what happened. And I'm like, this was all the cool shit. Why didn't I get to play through the cool shit? Why didn't I get to play through the dynamic scenario? Pathologic I love because even though there's a lot of limitations to it and there's a lot of weirdness about it, it does put you into the dynamic scenario, right?
Yeah, it's a thing of writing a game that they talk about in places where people talk about that sort of thing. That never have people talk about a thing in the game that sounds cooler than what the game is about.
Yeah.
We make exception to that and change stars because
Well, that's for video games, not tabletop games. Because a lot of the times things sound cooler in tabletop games than they would be to actually do, because of how systems work.
Yeah, referencing cool lore is fine, but if you're like I think Max knows of this, like those stories, like the backstory stuff of like people going out in an airship and having adventures in the New California expansion pack, or the New California standalone total conversion mod for New Vegas. Not total conversion, but you know what I mean. Its whole own standalone thing.
Hmm.
And yeah, I mean that stuff just sounds cooler than what you do in that game.
Yeah, don't tell me about adventures I could have gone on instead of doing whatever the fuck I'm doing. Unless your game is trying to, like, tease me. Pathologic can do that. I am entirely okay with Pathologic walking up to me and be like, having a guy walk up to you like, man, I just went on a cool fucking adventure. You better believe that. All sorts of golden idols for me.
Oh,
there's so much cool shit in this world, and you can engage with it.
2 empty bottles. And, I'm getting exhausted by drinking out of the fountain. But it's sating my hunger. Which doesn't seem right. Actually, am I hungry? No, I'm a little exhausted. My immunity isn't that great. I don't want to rack up my exhaustion, so I'm not sprinting anywhere, but we need to get here and then here. Navigating this town, the walls and little ledges are what's the most annoying part. By far.
Are you saying that Soviet walls are causing you issues?
Yeah.
Well, are they Soviet?
Reagan type beat.
Maybe. That's the whole fucking thing. Like, this could be the 50s.
This feels pretty Imperial Russia. A town of this size with a major meatpacking industry would not be allowed to retain its own devices. Also, when the soldiers show up, they wear like black beanies and turtlenecks.
Yeah, but black beanies and turtlenecks don't say Imperial Russia either.
Yeah, that does not.
It doesn't really say anything aside from like fantasy.
Alpha tablets, an outdated immunity booster, only useful in very large doses that cause serious health damage. Oof. More, Meridorm, a painkiller. Is it a real painkiller? I'll look it up. Meridorm. No,
I wouldn't be surprised.
it doesn't seem so. Some of strength, amount of health, for a good storing strength, good for restoring strength during sleep. Meridorm is a strong set of effects and induces sleep even during excruciating pain. This effect lasts for 5 hours. A little bit of that.
It's a portmanteau of miracle and dorm, which means sleep in French.
Oh shit!
Probably a fake drug.
Did you just whip that out, or are you looking it up?
No, that's obvious.
All right, I'm a brainlet. Never mind.
Hey Lee, do you have any thoughts on the French?
I mean, it's a Latin root word, so I'm sure dorm is pretty commonly used for other things. I mean, dorm itself, in the case of dorm, really just means place to sleep. Dormitory.
Look, there's cream in the middle of this pie, Pat. See?
Why would I look at your cream?
You disgusting.
It's not to be seen, it's to be inside.
Inside of me.
Well, sure.
Imagine being the architect who like overshoots this clee, or like someone like designed it that way and is like, "Hey, so we gotta put a fence around it," and they're like, "Well."
Maybe there's like a road extension. Like there used to not be a road here, and then they fucking eminent domained one.
Now, we are here at the Lump, which could also be called the Bullpen, because we're gonna have a lot of bull imagery here. Also, look at this friendly fellow.
I want to give him a huggerino.
Have you ever wondered how Russians see the indigenous people of Central Asia?
Holy shit.
I'm gonna say something weird, but whatever. I've seen like their 3D models. I wonder what their face tastes like.
Whoa. What?
Like, does it like taste like skin? Is it skin? Is it bone? Is it a delicious marshmallow?
What is that?
That is a portrait of a person of the steppe.
Oh, Jesus.
They look like that in this game.
Are they like humans?
You know, I think that's up for debate in the world of the game.
Oh. Okay.
So my house Rex is the funny.
Bachelor Denkovsky, of course. Who else could be so dapper? Thanks. Yeah, I'm Drippy. I've heard quite a lot about you. Have you taken a look around? Be sure to check the state of the industry around here. We have our own ways. How curious, what is the current state of your industry? Do you think you understand? Come now. It's a complicated establishment with 1,000 years of history. Special approach is required to control such a colossus. See, I'm going at this emissary? I'm going to subject. But no, such business is always leaving. Project is special, very special. That means common standards do not apply here. That would be very naive. You're probably right. We'll come back to that. This guy's mostly just said, yeah, we do things different around here. You wouldn't understand.
Think different.
We are built differently, simply built differently.
Yes, can you matter on? I didn't inquire about the fate of my colleague, Mr. Brack. I remember death of his We've been fine with his manager. Talking about. These guys mind your manners. I had nothing to do with it. Don't they say Isidore murdered by a steep demon? Don't they say Isidore was murdered by a steep demon? A Shabnak Adir. There was that thingy, the talon they fished out from the wound. I can take this from kids and weirdos, but you, a respectable negotiant, ... Right, a demon. Why didn't you give straight? Like I can either say you're dumb, or like be sarcastic. Neither of them seem good, and I'm already not on a good start with this guy. When I'm going with it.
I don't think you get on well with it, because here's the thing about The Bachelor, if you want to do any level of role-playing at all. He is a dismissive asshole. He thinks he knows what's up, and he isn't shy about that. He thinks that nearly everyone in this town is so far beneath him.
They're all provincial.
Yeah, like, he's cool with some of the rich intellectuals in town, but everyone else, he's like, I hate that I have to spend time talking to you.
No need to put on airs, like you know life. Scarce the train, always full of scorn. Oh, I know these big city manners full well, but the capital's 1,000 versts away.
What's a verst?
No, is that a unit of measurement? Like an old Russian unit of measurement?
You know, I'm gonna find out.
A Russian measure of length, about 0.66 miles. 1.1 kilometers.
Crazy.
If you catch
I'm
my
learning
drift.
so much about Russian culture from this.
Yeah. Did you
They're all
know
fucking
that
Dostoevsky.
the
Alright, I
Russians have
apologize.
nesting
Yeah.
dolls?
So Simon was killed by this thing, or alright, I apologize for the sarcasm. It's your money where your mouth is, though. I don't understand what the second half of this pen is, but fine. Heavy to believe, isn't it? It used to be hard for many. Take my boy, for example. A scoffer have ever seen one, and now even he believes it's real. He went off his head a bit. You're in the steep now, esteemed sir. Eastern and backwards. Ooh. The dead rise from their graves here. Clay dummies dance and bulls talk. Does he know the steep well, that son of yours? And how do we catch this creature? There must be a way, right? He rubs elbows with the rabble. The butchers, odongi, shepherds and gatherers. Learns their tongue, collects their legends. He doesn't keep them in check at all. They even dare to come visit him within the premises of the town. If you see a worm, capital W, creeping through the streets, he's definitely looking for my son. What's wrong with them visiting him within the premises of the town? They're dangerous, they're aggressive, and they hate everyone, ... who isn't a steep person. They'll jump you and kill you on the spot. They'll tear you up with their teeth and devour your flesh while you're still throwing fists at them. So if there's problem within the town, ... countermeasures are taken.
Well, you never even checked out what the weirdos were doing in her yard at the very beginning of the game.
Oh shit, I didn't. They're gone by now, aren't they?
I have no idea. I just realized that.
I'm gonna go check.
Because I was about to be like, it's weird that we haven't met one yet. And I'm like, wait, no, you should have. And then I remembered that you just didn't. 'Cause you're a bad person. You're a bad house guest.
There was so
She's
much.
not going to let you warm your hands anymore.
So what of your son? Perhaps you could tell me more about this creature. Woodrose, do you want to talk to my blockhead? No, you have to talk. You have nothing to talk about. He's not here, thankfully. I don't want you two to meet. You heard me? These are tradesmen's words, and I'll stick to them. Yes, undoubtedly. So, all I know is he doesn't want me to talk to his fucking son. I'm gonna walk outside, and after being told, if you see a steep person in town, he's definitely here to talk to my son, guess what we're gonna see the moment we walk outside?
I'm going to guess...
Slash his son.
Yeah, so Pat, I would like to apologize to the people of Kazakhstan, personally.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, what do you think the head tastes like?
What the fuck?
Wow, the going diagonal moves you faster. Truth of most 3D video games really hits hard here.
Yo, what the fuck?
I feel like most of the games I've played recently, it doesn't. I feel that's the thing they solved.
Yeah, because you compensate for it.
Yeah.
That's
And
so
speedrun
weird.
Strats. Indeed, Coles for speedrun strats. Yeah, I'd like to personally let it be known that DealShot does not condone such depictions of the peoples of Eurasia and Central Asia.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I'm kind of shook. I guess like a lot of people depict orcs as vaguely Central Eurasian, which isn't great either. This is
there's a letter
bad.
where Tolkien describes them as quote-unquote Mongoloid and describes the features that way deliberately. Oh, fuck! Right, he's gonna beat me down.
Yeah,
Nope,
I mean,
running.
mildly racist.
Alright, so the moment
Alright,
the moment
listen.
our friend arrived at this place he was going, he started beating my ass down. So I
Absolutely.
ran inside to talk to the guy he was here to talk to. How you doing, buddy?
Katerina thinks Clara is a messenger from heaven. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. You found me here. Oh, well, I'm not surprised. I suppose you're not too surprised by the fact that everyone knows about you either. Your arrival spread like fire. How have you come? I've come for some sightseeing. There's a peculiar incident yesterday by the spleen. The children were playing in the mud as usual, but then suddenly they ran away from the sandbox and the parents noticed their hands were smothered in blood. However, none of them were wounded. Neither were any of them surprised. Such things happen all the time. Do they? What kind of fucking response is that? What's the solution to the puzzle? When the worried adults came to the place where the children had been playing, they found nothing unusual there, only sticks and stones. What do you make of them? Your children play peculiar games, or nothing special. They probably dug out a dead cat. Well, then why is the dead cat missing? Neither of these responses are what I want to say.
Sucks.
I'm going to say your children play peculiar games. Nice to meet a person of the skeptical mind. I am Vladislav Olgimsky, the young one, of course, and you are, of course, Daniil Dinkovsky. Yes, nice to meet you.
What?
Actually, I have news for you that you should be of interest. You seem to be looking for the killer, right? I'm listening. I'll have to briefly explain a few things to you. Have you already been told what the termitary is? I'd like to hear you describe it. The termitary is a huge bunkhouse where the Bull Project workers live. Though living is the wrong term for it. They nest. Their nesting is a commune with a rather simple way of life. It could, without reservation, be called savage. What is the Bull Project? It is the whole industrial system of the town, from the abattoir to the goods station. Would you care to listen to why I wanted to see you in the first place? Very much so. Please go ahead. Let's get to the point, then. A case of pointless, aimless unrest has occurred in that hive mind's nest. The workers there are prone to lashing out from time to time like beasts frightened by a storm. They rage, they howl, they gnaw at one another, an unsightly image of a mass uprising. What does this have to do with Simon's murder? That's exactly what's going on right now, isn't it? Precisely. And why are you telling me this? Riots occurred in the termitary several times before. The mob goes crazy for a few days, and they calm down just as unexpectedly, all of them at once. The sudden calm is just as void of reason as the unrest that had set them agog previously. Having a certain experience with the kin, we simply block the entrance to this zoo off until the riot defeats itself. What is this kin? The kin is, well, it doesn't matter, it's hard to explain. They're also called society, the many-headed biology. Very well, let's get back to the subject. We usually lock them up beforehand. The evidence of an upcoming outbreak of mass lunacy becomes obvious in advance, and the cemetery's Father Superior informs of us. But Father Tai Cheek has recently passed. A curious coincidence, don't you think? Mass anarchy. Anyway, a member of the kin managed to run off into the town while we were busy taking measures. How did he die, or you think he's the killer? How did he die? How should I know? A disease, most likely, or an accident or something. That is the best subject I have. A disease? Could be the flu or a hernia. A hernia isn't a disease, is it?
I mean, depends on how you define disease, but I would say, especially given the setting, yeah.
I don't know what
Given the
caused
setting,
his
yeah.
death, and frankly speaking, I don't care. When one of these ants dies, the rest loot bits and pieces of him, burying what's left afterwards. Are you asking a curiosity? Sort of. You're telling me all this. I think you and I can help each other, Doctor. You were looking for the killer, and I'm sure it was a runaway butcher. The title of a half-man suits him very nicely. The Canes claim that Simon had not been killed by a human hand, don't they? And our family doesn't need a necessary arrest in town. This butcher can babble devil knows what. His mind is most likely clouded with insane ideas. So you'd rather he kept mum about what is happening inside? Why is your family so concerned about order? Because we are rulers. Nothing to do with charity, trust me. We are in charge of production, after all. If the unrest becomes serious, the factories will stop. The project will start failing. And we have contracts. We would lose money. I'm surprised I have to explain this to you. He's don't want the wrong way to spread unrest among the already scared town folks with his words, right? We're correct. They barely know how to speak, but that only makes it worse. Half men, half beasts. If they start preaching, you feel as if though you've encountered a doomsayer. I need this butcher to disappear. Hand him over to the Canes or simply kill him if the beast attacks you. The reward will be hefty. Very well, we're going to find him. It was likely being harbored in a suspicious house. That's in the crude sprawl. Yes, my father is a man of rather hard-handed disposition, and quick-tempered to boot. If he finds out that crude sprawl is considered a fugitive, he will make a mess. Pointless brutality serves no one. Looking for peace rather than blood, I'm telling you. Do just to make sure you're right. Show me the house. Or, I thought you treated native people better, ...
I thought you treated native people better, but it turns out you just treated native people better.
Yeah, I mean, you know, better as in exploitative as opposed to outright hostile.
And speaking of outright hostile, if we have a... Okay, the dude who was going to haunt me is gone. I still have a question marker on... Oh, it's not a question marker, it's sort of a notable person marker.
I really want you to play Bionicle at some point.
Which one? That new online
probably
game?
two.
Yeah, I'd be down.
I think you'd enjoy the world building.
Yeah.
It's about just as meandering as this one too.
Every true gamer knows that Bionicle is the best pathologic experience.
God.
Do you like my Pat impression?
Awful. Hate it. Hate it here. I feel attacked.
What I got from that was lawful, and you loved it!
Wait, so this guy... Alright, so my quest log hasn't updated, but I was interested from the conversation. Maybe he has more to say?
Katerina thinks Clara is a messenger.
See how it all
from
turns out. I used to have this place secret,
Yeah,
but all these secrets
right.
seem so childish now. What do you think about Simon's death? In fact, now tell me, did Isidore visit you last night? Yes, Isidore did pay me a visit, but don't ask what we talked about. I have no right to share that with you. Next one, one more question. Your answer will determine whether you and I become friends or enemies. That is because that would make you betray your father, isn't it? Yes. Seems it's better put to the cards on the table with you. So far, you are coming across as a very smart person. To my father already. What do you know? Everything, almost everything. All I want to do is know where you're going to play. Nothing, but I'm counting on you. Yes, your conscience. Find all the truth out anyway, sooner or later. Isidore said, not that I'm merely telling it second hand, he said there's an epidemic in the steep camps. An outbreak of Tarbagon sickness, perhaps. The plague, that is. Father had issued an order to lock the termitary up to prevent the infection from getting in. And what are you so afraid of that, would conceal us and understand you did the right thing? Do you think Isidore was already infected? There is an understained, underlying sensitive family matter here. To cut a long story short, my father would kill me if he found out about this conversation. The unrest in the termitary, you see, well, I incited to make father lock it up. He didn't believe Isidore. I see now, everything makes sense. What do you think about the cause assignment? Okay, so this guy, to enact quarantine procedures, incited a riot to have grounds to close down the termitary.
Of course.
Because his father refused to enact quarantine. What do you think about the cause?
Could you imagine a country not taking appropriate measures
Yeah.
in response to, like, an oncoming disease?
Yeah, I mean, who would, really? What do you think was the cause of Simon Kane's death, especially taking into account the fact that Isidore Burke had been his last visitor? We need to warn Reuben. It's very urgent. He's about to examine Simon as soon as the period of time required by the Canes passes. But where is he? I have no idea. Where is he staying? I don't know, but there was a secret dissecting room in one of the warehouses. But no one knows where exactly. He used to live mostly in the steppe, sometimes sleeping in the termitary, or at Lara Ravel's shelter. But he's not there. I know that for sure. He went away to mourn his master. What would you have done if you were him? I would have resigned myself in this place for good administration. Over, I wait for him at the Canes. So if I check every warehouse, of course, perhaps I'd find something.
It's like Canes on the plaguing day. It's
Okay.
like free change when you're already paid. It's a goodbye when it's just too late. Who would have thought? Figured.
I had the album that was on growing up. My mom loved it. We listened to that all the time.
Yeah. Good shit.
I'm feeling kind of silly. All right. They're cutting lot, aren't they? And the oldest Olgimsky does his best to avoid mention his household. We're not doing anything in particular tomorrow, right, Pat?
I'm actually not doing anything this weekend. I meant to say I'm going to be AFK the whole weekend, pretty much,
Okay.
including Sunday.
Gasp.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Sorry.
You need to apologize.
I'm going to be going to the Ren Fair. We didn't get tickets for you, unfortunately, but I could hit you up. I'm going to be in the area. I could hit any and all of you up.
Wait, you're feeling?
But
You're
I'm
feeling,
not going to be.
You're feeling good enough to drive down here?
Yeah, I'm actually feeling a lot better today.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel a lot better. So, I mean, if you could find a Ren Fair ticket, you can come, but I don't think there's going to be any. I feel kind of like a dick still going to that after you missed your ticket.
I mean, I think you got invited, then you were like, yeah, you could come too, and then, you know, it didn't work out.
Right, actually, I mean, you were invited pretty much from the get-go.
It's all good. Alright, so I had this game's quest log is, I am remembering, not very good about remembering all the leads. So,
Also, I hear it wipes itself at midnight.
Rubens Prosecutorium.
The Papal State. Why are you personally occupying that?
Are you playing U4 or whatever?
Yeah.
Did I get it right?
Yeah. Actually, you nailed it completely.
Yeah.
Hey there. Hey, little girl. What's up? We all know about you. On your lively galaxy, by reps. What's up? The Soul and a Halves got an opportunity to catch their breath. This is good now, we won't have time to repair. Otherwise, we'd have to mourn our boys, and the Halves would be orphaned. The Soul and a Halves. It's just a catchy name. Notkin says it's because each of them has a familiar, a cat, a dog, a crow, or a grass snake. Half a soul more than a normal person, or a normal animal. Is that a game? The locals believe that no normal person is supposed to have one soul. Isn't souls plain only reserved to steep abominations by local folklore? The Unush, Shabnak don't have a soul at all. Although, perhaps Notkin has finally done it. He used to make fun of the old legends, taunted the steep, playing spade spirits, so perhaps the Shabnak came to show him his place. What do they do, these soul and a halves of yours? It's a lifestyle that's larger than life. If you join the soul and a halves, you have to adopt a pet. As you raise it, you change. Then, when it's grown, it gets the other way around. Your half begins to take care of you. And so you two are always bound together. And what if the animal dies? I don't know. No half has ever died before. What kind of a soul and a half are you if you can die? They wouldn't take you in the first place. Animal lifespan isn't that long. She ends the conversation. So I'm looking for a guy named Ruben. This map location has his name on it. He's not here, but I wonder if he's left any indication of where he might be. God, because like finding Ruben and warning him is marked on the quest log.
Ruben?
Stop. Ruben. It's 11:33. We're almost to noon, so there's a place here called Bad Grief's Lair. We'll visit it. Howdy there, pal. Look at this gentleman.
God bless thee, merry gentlemen,
Hello, ma'am.
who live on Russian steppes.
Yeah? What?
Welcome, welcome, dear guest. Give the man something to drink. Let him grab a bite. Sit down comfortably. Show us the big city guest some respect, and don't let him find us otherwise. Enough. Where am I? It's obvious the brotherhood of thieves. That's where you are. You got two options now. You do die in hell with us, or run like hell from us. Go down without me, or let me go in peace. I'm a doctor. Just met, Doc. You go in peace for the first and the last time. The next time, your exit will cost extra. So it will be you begging me to come. I'll keep that in mind.
Can we just talk about his fucking portrait?
Yeah.
Lol. Bad grief. Does not look like that man's grieving.
You think I did? I'm not thinking anything. Nothing gives people bad grief. Asking, huh? How could a man that's been fooling around with them afterworld shenanigans not die? Ain't nothing good about sticking your nose where us humans aren't neither welcome nor wanted. Don't trouble until trouble troubles you, right, Doc? Sitting Simon's been killed by a supernatural creature. No one is to blame for his death. It's all been coming to this, Doc. It was. You tease death, it'll snatch you up. I've seen some shit. I've got experience, mate, so I know what I'm saying. And Simon did tease it, so he saw it coming. Show me who's blaming a man or a ghoul for it, and I'll spit him in the eye. Much of that because you were men are the first to come to
I feel like you should be doing this in a Cockney accent. I know it's entirely not the location, but I feel like you should
Try to
anyway.
weasel your way out. I assume people blame fate when they can't eat by the rest, but watch with the street hysteria, women getting killed. Or there's
I agree.
your men at work. No way, my folks are only catching tiny little fish in muddy water and nothing more. Would they go looking for trouble at a time like this? Why would they cut beggars anyway? The ones after them girls in the streets are honest working bees, scared shitless. Got themselves hung over twiring. What? Strong fusion, okay. It's drug. Get themselves grim fear knocking on the back of their necks and boom. Batch insane they go. You've got a silver tongue, haven't you? Well, you've got a keen mind, mate. You'll find yourself a killer, Doc, you will. Each passing hour spawns a ton more of those. You're bound to catch at least one by the end of the day, I figure. I will. I'll find the one that will leave you scared, witless. Alright. Time to fuck off. There's an urchin place down there, but I'm not looking for them.
Way down in Urchin Town. Way down under the ground. Way down in Urchin Town.
So the red hands are my bound, aren't they? I think. Or no, because one of them is the place where someone's already dead.
I love the names of these neighborhoods.
I can jump, but just barely. Jump, but not enough to get on anything.
Damn, sounds like me after college.
See, I was trying to think of a way to do sounds like with that. And I'm not convinced that you found an answer.
No,
Because I couldn't figure one out.
Yeah, it didn't quite work.
I was thinking, like, could I do something with the song Jump?
Yeah, or like make a basketball joke. Yeah. Sounds like me playing pickup. No.
Yeah, see, it is like, you know,
It's like a really dumb sentence, and it just doesn't work with making fun of it either, which sucks.
yeah, it's just very, very tricksy in that
Oh,
way.
revolver ammo for 1 ducat. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, I think I need what she wants. I don't have it.
Could you imagine just walking into a child and being like, "What a lovely girl! Shall we barter, perhaps?"
Yeah. Hopefully the Bachelor didn't have other trouble with the powers that be involving school zones.
What? Oh no.
Alright, so you arrive. This wing of the house, you meet a girl.
Yes?
Look at all this. If only my dear mother was alive, she'd take the reins of power in her hands. Even father would listen to her. But who is to take care of us now? Not Karina, that's for sure. The mistress is too exhausted. Karina's supposed to take care of you. Karina is scared like a child herself. And I think she's being tricked. Yes, her prophecies come true just like it's always been, but they are more and more noisy. Every word she utters comes across a metaphor. Too bad I didn't know your mother. Yes, she had waves of warmth and power emanating from her. She held the whole town in her grasp like a giant bird raising her fledglings. Not a single demon could invade our little community, nor this happy times. People like her believe the world earlier than those who only live for themselves. There'll be more happy times.
The winter comes soon, I hope.
I have a terrible headache. It'll pass soon. Sorry to bother you. Quinine can help if you don't have anything better.
Guests are always welcome.
Can I use drugs on her?
Damn, he'd be a little bit crazy.
Oh shit, that's a sign of the bell. It's noon.
No, I do love how this game gives you the unique feeling of being an 1800s businessman walking through London, hearing a bell chime, and you're like, oh shit, what time is it? Pulling out your pocket watch, looking at it, and be like, oh no, I'm late to colonialism meetings, and then dash off with like papers. I feel like there's joy in that, and this game gives you that experience.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the kid. I'm gonna try and go back and talk to the father again and see if he changes his tune. Say before I talk to him, because I feel like my options were only ones that pissed him off last time. Yes, getting everything back on track won't be an easy task. How do you think Simon died? I think he was murdered. I would have created monocracy, not perish. He could not in this place. Balance requires equilibrium. Simon's course of action contradicted yours. So Simon's death worked in favor of the local hotshots, huh? Come now, what I'm saying is, when someone takes too much upon themselves, they always end up ground down. That's how life works. They say Simon was the one who, to bend circumstances the other way around. No one seems to doubt that. Simon's lived a very long life. Very long. He was a worthy man, but long doesn't mean eternal, does it? No one is to blame for his death. Examine the body, you'll see yourself. It just happened. He won't let me examine the body. Well, that is temporary, family tradition. He's not lying to you. He truly believes Simon was murdered. If you admit that Simon simply died of death, you'd probably go to his last home himself. The shock would be too much for the man. That's strange. Gregory Kane didn't seem sentimental to me. I'm often puzzled by the sentences that end a dialogue. Alright, so. Now we're popping out of this dude's house. So he knows that she's not at Grace's lodge. I don't know the names of these neighborhoods. I don't have symbols for them, but I think I need to, From what I can recall of my conversation with that dude, I think that there's a house in the east where I will find this person held up, and I need to catch him.
To catch.
Additionally, I believe there's a riot in the south.
Isn't that Southern Riot where the plague is starting?
The plague's already everywhere. Or, I think it is. Based on the fact that, like... God, there's been so, like, even in, like, the last few conversations, more and more foreshadowing as to the Bachelor's theory about the origin of the disease.
What is the Bachelor's theory?
I'm not going to say because Lee doesn't know it yet. I could DM it to you if you care.
I would, yeah, I'm kind of curious.
All right.
Saturov described a dump to the south. Rather than go for precise directions, I'm just going to try and reach it.
I was about to voice dictate this secret message, which would have caused some issues.
That's legit hilarious. I'm drawing a Thren sex worker, so give me a sec.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ruben isn't actually waiting at the Canes, is he? Damn, this is quite the factory tubing over this railway. I feel like they could have gone under. Jag Tyler doing bar the lead. Thank you, Jag. Oh, okay. I'm a little warmed up.
Alright, let me check to see what you... Oh, damn.
Yeah. You like? Do you remember some of those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
is like a bonfire. Is this the pit?
We're going in the pit. That doesn't look like a pit. No getting around it.
I mean, so too does the entirety of this town.
Yeah. Looks a little bit like Pittsburgh, I agree.
If Pittsburgh was in the Russian steves.
This is a graveyard. I'm not getting what I need here.
Oh. So I've been having trouble fighting Venice. They're one of the last people I need to take off before uniting Italy. Because the Ottomans hate me, and so have threatened this. They'll join the war against me if I attack any of their neighbors. Venice has provinces neighboring the Ottomans.
The caretaker of the cemetery is saying that the dead need to not only be fed but talked to.
Well, he's just a nutter.
Of the dead themselves, I
Oh.
don't assume people die forever. Not everyone does. Some people live underground and only die out for the lack of care. You always have to knock from the side so that they don't fade away. Let me examine your pupils. Okay, now your pulse. Do you take drugs? No, it's Twayer the herb. We sleep in the very heart of the steep, you know. I'm all green because of it. It's high time for it at the moment. Can you hear how the air is tolling? That's Twayer. Leo the ruler should take some measures immediately.
This sample-handed
I have a terrible headache, but it will pass soon. I guess that's what some people tell you when you don't need to talk to them anymore. You know, because I got the exact same alignment options with someone else. Or am I literally supposed to give them quinine, and then they can talk more? I'm legitimately unsure if that's a mechanic or just.
Do you say that word again?
What? Yeah.
Quinine, Quinine. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's not how
a.
it's-
Pat,
That's
go
not-
ahead.
Quinine?
Quinine. All right.
I mean, this one was in the news recently-ish.
It was?
Yeah, with the whole hydroxychloroquine is a derivative of quinine, so it was talked about a lot.
Maybe someone
I've
played
never heard of
Pathologic and
quinine
was like,
mentioned.
yo, that's the solution.
I mean, quinine's also what's in tonic, as in gin and tonics.
Yeah, that's what I know it from.
Hello. We have some dolls. We have somebody in some robes.
It's better
Dolls
not to
and
ask.
robes.
Do you
And
know where to
dolls
find
and
clean
robes and
water
dolls
around
and
here?
robes
Fresh
and
water
dolls
must
and
be
robes
in
and
this
dolls.
place. There's a road close by. All the walks into the steep isn't as the cleanest. I inspected all the springs in the area, so you know more clean water around. The salty taste is everywhere. It's reddish in color and disgusting clots. Where can I find clean water then? The Downs folk store clean water in homemade reservoirs. The small supply should be enough to help us for a little while, but afterwards we'll do a mixture. How disgusting.
To tame his impertinence.
Your veins are swollen. Is being
Herb
close to me,
had
make your blood
disgorged
stir.
a monster from
Was there anyone around who wanted to see Simon killed? Huh. No one's seen the Shabnak yet, but everyone knows what he wants already. Do you know that a man-eater's victim feels the encroaching death? They know in advance they're next on his list, and so they walk about restlessly, waiting and waiting and waiting. And then the wait is over. That's how you can tell who's being hunted. Why are you calling her a he? Yeah, why are you misgendering the Shabnak? I don't believe the man-eater is a woman. Anything's possible, of course, but I think it's sexless. Oh, so he's just defaulting to male. Seem to be very well informed.
It's better not to act.
Alright, I did not find the trash heap with the scene with all the people. It's about to be 1 a.m. My exhaustion is a little over halfway. I remember doing this the first time and, like, going...
Is it about to be 1 a.m.? It looks like it's about to be midnight. We're talking about in the game or in real life?
in the game.
Oh, okay. I was very confused.
Also, enjoy this brutal architecture.
See, this makes me think Soviet.
Yes, that feels very Soviet.
I mean, obviously, the real thing is it's just a general prestige of various Russian times put together.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, if you were going to take it at its face.
Oh shit, this guy is starting to fight. Wait a minute, wait a minute. This guy is randomly attacking that woman. Oh fuck. How do I... Alright, left R. How do I whip it out? Okay. No, I didn't want to drop my weapon. Fuck, fuck, fuck.
This feels very in character, where you're like running around and you're stumbling over your weapon and you're like, ugh.
X is how you're supposed to draw or sheath your weapon. but I can't seem to pick it out. That guy was definitely chasing that woman though I attacked her. Or I feel like I stumbled upon the event that I'm thinking of somewhere in the north of this place rather than the south.
I could not guess the machinations of your mind, and God, do I not want to.
Oh man, what a relatable sentence.
Perhaps
Sorry,
in the
Lee.
south here. Okay, wait, yeah,
Half the
no.
time I feel really sorry for being a dick to Lee all the time, but then Lee just speaks and I feel justified.
Wow, toxic. Also, they're burning this woman alive. Holy shit.
We don't want to be mean to you, but babe, sometimes we just gotta.
Look at this shit. They are burning this woman alive. What the fuck?
That's kind of hot.
Oh my god. Bruh, why the fuck?
And also, there are dead patrolmen, so I guess they died. Oh, revolver ammo, but someone took the guns, I guess.
Is it like... I mean, is it a riot? Are they witch burning? Like, what's the deal here?
It's witch, I think it's witch burning. Wait a minute. Oh my god, a revolver. Are you kidding? I've never had a gun in this game. Are you fucking kidding me? I have a revolver and ammo. That's crazy.
How many days in did you get?
Actually, I think I might have had a gun, but like...
I'm about to say, they hand you multiple.
I vaguely remember the gunplay in that, like, it was, you know, pretty stiff, but, like, I don't remember getting a day one gun.
Day one
I mean,
gun.
I think you can entirely avoid a day one gun, but, like...
What was it? Angel's house.
So if you fail a single quest, like single main quest per in the day cycle, like do you just lose the game?
You keep going, but you don't get the best ending.
Kind of sucks.
Stock Ruben. So, I mean, I looked around the warehouse. I couldn't find Ruben.
Was that Ruben you the wrong way?
My gurgle was the only thing that that deserved as a response.
Gurgles are most of the responses I give, so... checks
Fair
out.
enough. Can attest.
Alright, we're gonna fuck off. Angel's house. We're gonna come by and talk to some people here just in case they have some day one dialogue I'm not familiar with. What the fuck? I just picked up an item like off the street, I think. It's like a bangle, yeah. A bronze bracelet.
I got spurs that big.
Hey yo, check her out though. Kinda drippy. Check out that high collar.
Okay, yeah, she's fucking dressed.
Oh, that's really too much. Who the hell are you?
Okay,
Put it down,
yeah.
straight for the outfit. My name's Daniil Donkalis goes around my outfit. It's snakeskin. Are you a performer, a circus actor, a tamer? Tell me the truth.
I'm a tamer after a fashion. That sounds like a fucking pickup line
calm
if I've
down.
ever heard
Besides,
one.
as a
Go
professor-
That
for
sounds
it.
like
Yeah.
something I'd say.
That's so. I knew why would someone pay a visit to me? How horrible? What's horrible? I think everything's horrible. After me, right? I have no idea what you're talking about.
My hair is disheveled and coming out.
I think the wind is changing. Are there so many outsiders in town? And I'd like to hear your honest opinion. Do you think Simon is really natural? No, not at all. Look at someone keep on living or perhaps even beyond the edge of what's humanly possible not die. At least that's what smart people are saying, not my ideas. So Simon loved to challenge limits and restrictions, I gather. Indeed, he loved it and he was good at it. You could bury him underground for a couple of days and he'd be totally fine. He was pierced with iron rods once, too. One of them broke his chest, but Simon didn't die. Just like these would have been incredibly popular in circus. I missed the man. So who could have killed him? An inviver? What even is an inviver? It just occurred to me that he could have killed himself. Why? I don't know. There's no one else that could have done it. No one, and I mean it. Either the biggest hater nor the biggest desperate beggar. I mean, in his case, suicide is a more believable conjecture than murder. Are you sure? Nobody's to blame for his death. I honestly believe that Simon was doomed. What he did was too much for a single person to handle. I feel my leg being pulled.
Well, as long as she's pulling on something.
Yo.
Thank you, I'm proud of that one.
Are you? You shouldn't be. You're objectifying women.
I would objectify men if there were any hot men in this game.
You didn't like Tail Swipey guy?
I mean, maybe it's just the graphics, and like, I don't think any of them are meant to look that sexy, but like, they all have very short haircuts.
Oh god, look at this guy. He's definitely about to attack her. Okay, so like...
They're just not sexualized the way the women are in this game.
True.
And who I am, who claims to be better than the makers of Pathologic.
I mean, they were Russian, so, you know.
Oh.
Wow, anti-Slav bias. Left click on the items inventory.
No, I was just implying that all Russians are homophobic.
And drop the back on the ground. What about
the gay ones?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, what about the gay ones? Fuck, I clicked out of the box. Fuck.
Gay Russians, or as we call them, Grussians.
God.
Gay Russians, or as Putin likes to call them.
Did you try to open
don't
tab
exist.
key, but it said X, not tab. What the fuck? So my game tells me that I press X to draw my weapon, but Googling says it's tab. What do you know? The fucking internet was right. Alright, so here are my hands. This guy is trying to beat a woman randomly in the street because of going insane because of drugs. So I am going to run up behind him with a knife and give him a little surprise. Alright, and that is combat and pathologic. And a long ass... Oh my god, I right clicked. Death animation. The first day I remember having purpose the entire time and sprinting location to location. So now that I'm like wandering, I feel like I fucked up already.
Oh, you almost certainly have. Because you have been meandering way more than I think this game lets you. Toss a coin to your witcher.
I'm back at Sabarov's house and I'm going to try and talk to him again. Do you think the circles mean quest or people?
Freaking... Hello,
What's the difference between that and the... So Grigori Kane, Victor Kane...
Sugar cane. Crack Co.
I love Mark Immortel. He's definitely going to be my main line on solving this whole death problem. Hey, what's up?
I can't stand it much longer.
Not anymore. We can look at okay, so he's gone. God, alright. We're gonna figure this out. Is there a way to access the chat log in this game? That's a big. The investigation of the double murder has introduced a few additional considerations. It's highly possible that Simon died when he was Stock Rubin. The town medics should be warned. Okay, aren't they? So, when I suggested to that guy that the dude might be in the warehouses, he didn't contradict me, but maybe. God. Okay. I feel like someone might be at like a bar in the north of town. Alright. I'm gonna go back to the Canes. This could be a huge risk. Yeah, I'm going all the way back. My exhaustion's getting up there. It's 2 a.m. It's 2 p.m. But I need to fucking figure this shit out. At least I managed to find my way into a gun, right?
I mean, I hope you're not in it.
I'm in the barrel and ready to blow, baby.
Wow.
I'm scared.
Hey, little girl, do you have any revolver bullets for sale? Shall we barter? You do have revolver bullets, but I don't have anything you want. Fuck.
You need to get more of the shit children want.
I hear they like polyhedrons.
They fucking love polyhedrons. Our owl's house. Yeah, I think that the disappearance of the patrolman, I've already found that scene, so the only things are, like, yeah, the people hanging out behind What's-Her-Face's house, who I don't feel you can catch, and... So, we go to solve a murder, we try to talk to the last guy who talked to the dude, he's also dead. You're not let in to see either body. Did I fuck up that conversation? Why do I feel like there was a way to talk to that guy until when you see the body? Or and felt like he gave you a quest.
God, no wonder it's taking so long.
Yeah, I just didn't really picking shit up off the ground. I just picked up a, was it a razor blade? Yeah, a razor.
Yeah, what do I love? What does it turn out to be? Exactly what I said it would. Crazy that.
Counting a new doctor, which the locals could help. How he dives in every town and what happens. Possession history. What traces of society then? There are 3 truths to the town. 3 origins, 3 ideas, if you like, for general. For several generations, these 3 powers have been common with one another. I expect none of them can exist without the other 2. Each of them still strives to dominate. He says his own voice. Tell me more. The wishes of the ruling families, the co-owners of the Bull Project, who ruled the town for almost 2 centuries. Each one of the truths they represent is screaming at the top of their lungs, and in doing so, travesty is whatever value it carries. It's too complicated. I don't see what your brothers remember. Who are they? So much pathos. So, who are they? The first voice says Saburov. The second is the Olgimskis. The third is us, the Canes. Who are the 3 heads of one beast. Each of the clans will offer their own understanding of what is going on. Each of the 3 will use their own voice and the voices of their followers to lie and distort the truth. We cannot exist otherwise. However, in doing so, we will inadvertently reveal the entirety of the truth to anyone who would listen. So I'm surrounded by lies. How exciting! Truth is my only idol. It's the truth that I fight. Well, no one will dare lie to your face. I have no doubt everyone will tell you the truth, but they will tell it as a fashion that this truth conceal the reality better than a deception would. The only thing I'm asking is that you don't jump to conclusions. Compare different versions. Your extraordinary intelligence will allow you to understand the truth. I certainly hope. Furthermore, each of us will paint a rather ungainly picture of the other 2. Most likely, we will fill you in the negative side of each of the factions and withhold anything that is good about them. That is inevitable. None of us would stoop to outright slander, so everything that will be said will most likely be true, but this truth will be one-sided and complete. Listen careful to what we say and take into account. Thank you. The stories of the evil of the Canes have unleashed into the world are partially true. Do not feel obliged to act in our favor. As you can see, I will stop before nothing to ensure the unbiased investigation. The lack of prejudice I want to instill in you is the one and only reason why I am making a confession like this. I do not want my brother to have died in vain. Take your word seriously, not worrying.
I have
How many doctors are there in town? If you exclude Barak, Stanislav Rubin is the only one here. He's the most competent of Isidore's apprentices. The rest are good for nothing as far as I can tell. They only keep destroying the knowledge the teacher is trying to pass to them. Do you trust this Rubin? I would trust Rubin with my life. A competent medic of remarkable courage and laudable integrity. Everything he does is done with appropriate diligence and care. He doesn't like people that much, but is eager to serve them. Why do you ask? I just wonder what kind of man he is. How do I get to know him? Rubin will come here tonight to get down to examine my brother. Get acquainted then. All right. So I know that he's coming here tonight. Is it possible that he's probably somewhere else in town? But is it possible that I wait for him?
That seems like a terrible idea, given that this game is mostly time management.
Remember the first day letting you spin your wheels a little, but there was like obviously like stuff to learn and do. Hey, who are you?
Simon was doomed.
Stanislav Rubin. Oh, he was waiting here.
I'd rather not believe this.
Greetings, friend. I heard news of your arrival. Everyone
Yeah,
has.
he's reminding me of a sandwich that's also called a Reuben, which reminds me of food, which makes me
Everyone
hungry.
here. Are you here to examine the body as well, my dear colleague? I do hope you haven't touched it yet. I haven't. Is there a problem? Simon's body, whatever it is I suspect he's died of contagious disease. Are you sure? Well, that doesn't matter anyway. If it's that thing again, what do you mean? Because what I've found so far could be febris typhoidae, or the plague. Or I suspect urinus pestis, or something not too dissimilar. What could these deeps be homes to? Which do I suspect? Max, do you think this decision matters?
No.
I think the disease comes from the steep, so I'm going to ask about the steep. I don't believe it. A second outbreak? Wait a second. I need to regain my senses. Are you sure about this? Do you mean what you say? I am, and I do. If it's the sand plague, Master's death was so untimely. If it's the sand plague, we only have a few more days to live. You see, I have no idea how to stop it. No one does. So you're already familiar with the disease. Mentors encountered before. What is a sand plague? I'm only making assumptions. I don't want to believe it. I'd rather have any other plague than this. No time to waste. The body must be inspected, isolated, destroyed if necessary. Must take protective measures for that, of course. We need to diagnose this before we can provide a reasonable protection. At the moment, we can only buy yellow immunity boosters at the drugstore. They are no good. But I'll try to do something about this. We'll need to take some remedies from Master's old workplace. But you know he was murdered by his son, an atrocity. His son has nothing to do with it. I presume Isidore is infected by Simon and died of the same disease, or vice versa. Let's not waste more time. You're right, let's make haste. That doesn't explain the claw that was jammed through his body, though. I'll get everything ready for the examination. Meanwhile, let's arrange the body to be isolated. Kane's keeping you in a cold place, so keep you informed. If we act deliberately and calm mind, we can prevent epidemics. Stay strong. I won't leave you on your own. Alright. Hey there.
Autumn is
You
blue.
can help. There's no need to worry. We've identified the killer, although we've yet to apprehend him. Reuben will collect the necessary equipment to protect him as the... Oh yeah, the other thing is the guy who was running around somewhere. The butcher. But I get the feeling I might not find that guy today. In the meantime, I should inform Jory Kane of what the primary investigation has shown. The game does have a bit of a rhythm where it's like, I know what I think is happening, but I'm not sure which NPC to talk to advance the situation. But some of the text will do a lot to hint towards it. And all of the text in this game, from tooltips to like map markers, give you like intel. I'm not sure that's a good or bad thing. It makes it feel you could miss really important shit if you're not dissecting.
Yeah. I think it kind of comes down to how easy do they actually make it to miss important shit.
I have been told of your
I think very.
You assert that Simon Kane was not killed by a human or a Shabnak demon, but died of natural cause or succumbed to some invisible sickness. Is that what you're saying? I wouldn't say he died naturally. He died of a mysterious disease. Microbes are more efficient killers than demons. The hypothesis are facts supported by evidence. An hypothesis. The mere hypothesis is not something I'm willing to accept. Furthermore, the same rhetoric is widely employed by the people who went into the murder investigation at cost. The same people are spreading false rumors of civil disorder, which, as they would have it, took over the town. The same people would sacrifice human life to maintain a semblance of order. But we say that, I'd say that order must be restored. And I would say, rather say otherwise. This whole narrative is much too convenient for those covering for the murder. The murderer who knew how to take someone's life and keep the secret to themselves. But they're going to stop at that. Where is the body now, Judge? No one has touched the body since the death. The tradition to keep the family. Probably time will last till tomorrow, but I will not stop looking to the killer. So you're able to convince me that the assumptions are true. If he was infected, then how did it happen? You can tell me it was Isidore that brought the disease to our home. The most convincing proof would be a body examination, even if it was an infected entity. So to make sure I am right. The most convincing proof would be a body examination. What the proof do you expect? Venerable bachelor, do you take me for some willful or fool with a burden? You got to spare with a complicated solution of a simple problem? Or perhaps you think I'm covering somebody else's sins, getting the way we're doing the duty. Girl person conclusion. Is the body isolated job? You say the body is in the focus of the crucible. You cannot examine it now, and I mean that it is technically impossible. No one may see the body before a certain period of time passes, neither Master Ruben, nor you, my dash, nor myself. What should do then? What can I ask of you now? We've come to a conclusion already, haven't you? If you haven't, then I urge you to seek out the facts as earnestly as we do. May Providence help us if you are right. Alright, let's wait for the time has passed. I will discuss it with your brother. I mean Victor, obviously. Why would I specify? Oh. Talk with your brother, you know the dead one. Yeah.
Riveting.
Rivet in as well. Doing a 360 nose.
Did you just fucking rivet at me?
Yeah.
Pat, did this motherfucker just goddamn rivet at me right now?
I think that motherfucker just riveted at you.
Holy fuck, Lee. Lee, my boy. My man. Why do you have to make me do this to you?
Oh shit.
I'm gonna have to bust it out.
Perhaps Olgimski is
I'm gonna have to call you a big dummy.
Wow. Wait,
I don't want to say it, but you made me do it.
You just went there. Shit, it's on now.
Tearing up. Because I know what the hurt I've caused. But I sit here confident that it was right.
That NPC was literally just like, oh yeah, I'll go talk to, or like, told me to talk to Victor. Said I'd talk to Victor. I talked to Victor, and there's no dialogue. God. Also, the quest log has asterisks after the entry. Do you think that's supposed to mean it's the last entry?
I think it just means it's an extra special entry. And so they gave it a star.
Well, we're in the neighborhood. Let's go check out the pond by Stillwater. And talk to the lady who wants to bang me.
I do like the cash money mommies.
Rue.
I will also accept like the Venmo mommies.
I do too.
Set direct deposit.
Alright, so there's a pond, and I don't see anyone. There's a pond with benches, and like, oh, my exhaust is climbing a little something. Thing is, do I nap in bed for an hour to wick down my exhaustion, or do I just keep going?
I would say Mama didn't raise no bitch, but you are
amazing.
I had a feeling you
I found out more about our morning visitors. They turned out to be runaways. Can you imagine? Would have they run away from a jail, a bedlam, or a zoo judging by their appearance? The Olgimskis have closed the termitary again. Those who managed to escape from there are now being hunted. Capella told me about all of this. Some of them have run away and some went to hide somewhere in town, and Capella's worried. Who is Capella? Big Vlad's daughter, a beloved daughter too. She's wonderful and has these abilities. The children follow her as if they were charmed, just like they followed that piper. Well, she said she'd save the fugitive from she said she wanted to save the fugitive from her family's wrath. Is that so? Capella and Vlad the Younger are poles apart. Vlad's primary concern is the interest of the family, so the sister is worried that the brother will kill the runaway. She'd rather have him survive the night and escape into the steep. Where could the runaways be hiding? In a hospice in Earth. Well, hospice is a name, really. What, are you planning to visit the place, then help them escape into the steep before Vlad sends mercenaries after them?
Okay, but the thing about escape into the steep is they heavily imply that you're so in the middle of ass into nowhere that like running away is a death sentence.
Aren't they steep people themselves, though?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, because they're the butchers. I'd rather speak to Vlad the Younger about this. Do you know where you live?
But the butchers, those are the people working in the abattoir. Those are just weird people.
Okay, this is kind of annoying. I found out about this quest from somebody else, and then went to this building and inspected it. But when I talked to her, I get a new handprint, and I think now that I actually, quote-unquote, have the quest from the right person, it's going to appear. It's a bit annoying, especially in a game that's so 5D chess about what's happening when, where. If I figure something out indirectly, it's like I'm penalized because I didn't know I had to come back and talk to her about it. Because like I came and checked that building, which I had reason to suspect because it fit the description of what what's his face described.
Oh, what mountain now?
The fuck? You a Star Wars NPC all of a sudden?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going for.
Oh my god, why are these guys beating women? Guys, please stop the violence against women.
Can we get this as a clip to, you know, play at like high schools to solve domestic violence?
Why are these guys beating women?
Not to imply that only women are victims of domestic violence, but yeah.
Fuck.
Of course.
This is the problem with moving the camera without my mouse locked in. I will like be moving to the left and slashing, and my game will exit. I can only slash rightwards.
Damn.
Yeah, I think you're a bad person for killing these people because you're getting the sad crying noise, which is the reputation loss noise.
Wait, it is?
Yeah. The little like happens when you like do a bad thing.
Okay, well these guys are running down trying to beat down women. You're telling me that's a negative reputation?
You know, I mean, you're fucking cutting people down in the street. You think that's a fucking negative reputation?
Yeah. Oh my god, no. I just failed to save her. Oh, and now I'm gonna get my ass beat. Fuck. Awesome. Yeah, my reputation's taking a few hits.
Yeah. I think what you're supposed to do when you see that happen is ignore it.
Is that the message of this game, that you should ignore violence against women?
Yes.
Well, I looted... Well, she died, so I got to loot her earrings, too. So I'm not going into this with the best reputation.
Are you talking about your reputation?
But I am going to have some crackers, because they were on one of the guys who died. Also, apparently, like, the tire plant's, like, pollen or something is, like, on the air and sending people crazy. But this just happens sometimes and people don't mind.
The tire plant's pollen?
Twyre.
Oh, I was about to say, there's a fucking tire factory in this town? What the fuck? They don't even have cars.
No, but look at this lock system.
That's pretty cool. Damn, this is a big town.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be hiking all the fuck over it. Yeah, my exhaustion is gonna get to me sooner than later. I think after this voyage, wherever it sends me next, I have to find a bed and rest. It's 1543, fuck.
We've got a date. We figured out what year it was. Turns out it's 1543, which unless I'm terribly mistaken, Russia barely exists.
I mean, or, you know, 1543 on a 24-hour clock.
I don't believe in 24-hour clocks.
You only believe in 24 hours in the conch?
No. I believe in 12 hours. Twice.
Will they go break in between for tea?
No. Because I don't like tea.
Fair enough.
Not really my thing.
God, it's gonna suck to be a coffee person as coffee, like, you know, like gradually is no longer able to be grown in the regions that traditionally has been grown, throwing a
Don't
huge
tell me about
upheaval
it.
into the market.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't
As
give
a
a shit.
coffee person, I'm gonna suffer.
And that's what I call a matcha moment.
Hate you. Go dog.
What I'm worried about for my own personal consumption are things like wine grapes.
Those are gonna be fine. They're gonna grow those fuckers everywhere, homie.
They grow them all over, but certain regions which are storied and famous for their wines.
Fuck them.
I mean, that's fair. I'm just worried about champagne.
Uh,
Sweet.
Prosecco's the
champagne.
fucking same, and it's better.
It's similar, but I
Jack
like champagne
Taggart.
more because half of what I love
Switch
about
those arms
champagne
and
is
back. Get up a
classy.
bit. You're right, Jack Taggart. I should get up a bit. I have been sitting for so long. I am going to stretch those arms and
He's gonna get up
back.
to get down.
Ew. Yeah, no, valid. I mean, if your sole reason for liking champagne over other things is pretension, then yeah, you're gonna suffer.
I mean,
At
one
the same
thing.
time, people like you should suffer. So
Yes, I also I feel like you should know by now that why I do everything is pretension.
I know. It's okay. I deal with it.
He's got
I
some
like you in spite of
pretension
yourself.
In his
Yeah, to be honest, when I go to the store, I don't even get champagne. I get ass tea most of the time. I just like I like it more. I'm gonna be honest. It's way sweeter, and I feel like the modern trend of brute only, as far as champagnes go, is a bit silly.
Mm.
Okay, hold on. This is being a little annoying.
Yeah, I like Prosecco best, honestly.
No, prosecco mostly comes in brut as well these days.
Yes, but it is cheaper.
That's true. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're just thinking about like economical, good, prosecco is super easy.
All right, I'm stretching.
What was the other thing? Oh, I'm always worried like certain sugarcane producing regions known for their rums.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like, look, the whole global south is gonna fucking suffer.
Yeah. Or actually, probably more acutely, some of those sugarcane producing places might go underwater.
Yes, that is quite literally what's going to happen.
Damn. I better buy more rum.
That's definitely one way to answer the call of global warming.
I mean, like, realistically, there isn't much I individually can do.
No, that's absolutely true.
The number one most effective thing an individual can do for the climate is politics. Unironically, like, you will probably have a greater impact by contributing a tiny thing to some legislative solution than you ever could by being slightly better at shit.
Yeah.
Or living like a hermit. Or whatever.
I mean, also, like, the vast majority of people don't have enough money to influence politics because oil companies do that.
Oh, that's true. But, like, even if you just, like, spend all your free time volunteering, is probably a better return on investment for individual impact on the climate than anything. Now, I recognize that a lot of people don't have time or energy with how their time is used to do that. But I suspect many of those people also don't have the time or energy to do any of the other shit that people say helps climate change.
Yeah.
The bell tolls.
No, that's what the fucking companies want because they only give a shit about their bottom line. And if we're fighting climate change, we're cutting into that.
Unless you're a solar panel company.
True.
Or whatever Elon Musk thinks he is.
Thank you, Jack, for the good stretch.
A Silicon Valley elite.
I don't think he thinks he is.
Yeah, I
What
don't
the
think
fuck does he
I don't
think
think
he
he
is?
likes those guys.
I mean, he bred them.
I mean, he's of their breed,
Yeah, true. They were there before him.
but I think he envisions himself as countercultural, if by cultural you mean Silicon Valley tech bro culture.
God, look at this fucking maze of fences, and there's shit that I should be able to jump over.
Do you understand what it is like to be confined? If only there was some allegory towards a wall, perhaps, in Russian history that was built somewhere, not in Russian per se, but like, very much of Russia.
Oh my God.
I can't think of anywhere in particular that rings a bell for that, but I'm sure there's a good example.
Surely.
Clothing store. Don't mind if I do. Do you want to buy some bangles? Actually, you're not buying them at a good price right now. Drapery, needle. Maybe you're interested in children. Oh. Buying. Right away. And you know what? I'm gonna get. Maybe a little bit of kerosene. Maybe a lot of kerosene. Done. Alright. And how is like my hunger and shit doing? Because I haven't had anything to eat or drink all day, I don't think. My hunger isn't that up high. But I will eat some crackers. Does eating make you tired? Because it throws up the exhaustion bar every time I eat or drink.
Certain things, pretty much every consumable, fucks you in one of the other bars. Often, usually not as much as they help you in the one they're for, making it theoretically possible to go around a carousel of stuff and be all around better than you came out. But a carousel of drugs is not what I would describe this game as, because that sounds fun.
Alright, are you fucking kidding? There's a gap right there for me to lead in. Alright, we come here and we're gonna ask, hey, you got anybody chilling out around here?
There's
a runaway hiding here. Take me to him. Why would I? He's in danger. I'm here to help. He's a butcher. He won't talk to you. You wouldn't understand him. He's been here for more than a day, but even I can't get him to talk. It is I who'd rather tell you something. What you want to tell me? Big Vlad has plugged the termitary up for a reason. The butcher's mumbling is all over the place, but if you listen carefully, you'll make out tales of such horrors that I got shivers all over. Thousands of people have lost their minds all at once there. Many have died, so many are burning inside. Can you leave me outside the room? Really? Why? Here he's entertaining me, and it's dangerous to go out into the steppe. Anyway, what if his pursuers rip me apart in the streets? What if they think I'm a Shavnak Adir? What can you offer me in return for the service? Lead him out or he'll get killed. You can show me to the door if you want, but thugs for hire will be less compliant. Fine, I'll take care of the butcher. He'll disappear. Consider him non-existent. But now you must leave. Don't try watching the door. You won't see anything anyway. And tell the Ogimskis thick-headed bloodhounds they don't have any business here. I harbor no killers. Deal. I'll take care of the man personally. Max, do you think this is an important decision?
I don't have a fucking idea.
If he's sick, I actually don't want to meet him personally. And alright, deal. Other tasks. Version of the beast-like fugitive. It seems that the reciprocal hatred is not in Eva's heart. My soft-mannered host wants to shelter a runaway serf from punishment. The authorities would meet out if one was caught. It would appear that I am not the only person chasing a criminal tonight. She who gives shelter to runaway workmen will lead the butcher deep into the steep. May this be comforting for kind-hearted Eva. Yeah, okay, the asterisks mark the end. Today's quest is over, but we have other tasks we can do, like that one. Hey there, fella. I've been supplies to help me get around your town.
Austria.
There's only one town here. The first one is called the Bull Project. The second one, the offspring of the project, is the district. I mean, the residential part itself. And there's the polyhedron. What's inside of that polyhedron? Nothing really. Children like to play there, I guess. They say it's perfectly empty. Bare. It's not your problem is your hand. What could be inside is a monstrosity. I find it unbelievable that it's still standing at all. I never let my children into the damn thing, ever. I see what about the Bull Project. It's the industrial base of the town. The station, the warehouse, the works, the abattoir all belong to it. I wouldn't recommend going there. It's not a appropriate place for a person from the capital. It's filthy there. And the stench, I'd say, it's not an appropriate place for anyone at all. Thinking of going anyway, say, how come this town is divided districts? So it came out that way, the Gulton, the Guzzle, the Gorkhon's tributaries. The name of the river is the Gorkhon? Oh my god. Or the
I would only point out that
I
I misheard you saying man from the capital as man of capital, and I'm like, what a fucking conceited ass way of saying you're too rich to go there. Oh, a man of capital would never be zero on that.
And what are those parts? I see. Well, here's to hoping none of it comes today. Look at this guy's demon face. Carouser, oh, ferocious Mother Nature is.
Oh, he is.
For her wrath that has to be withstood. Oh, friend, if only I could wet my whistle, I'd gladly give you taste anything for gold of chilly spring water. How about we barter? Yeah, he has a bandage, and I have water. How much water do you need before you give me your fucking bandage? Okay. 5. Fuck it. I need the healing item. Thanks. Alright, so drunks like water. Understood. Also, I don't want to be around it when sun falls.
Speaking of water, where the fuck is the water?
Drunks immediately begin, like, murdering when the sun goes down in this game.
As they should. For too long, the drunks of this world have acted in accordance with laws and decency most of the time. No more. Let us all rise up together to fucking murder people. Just actually murder people.
I will buy vegetables in a tin. Nah. Crackers. Townsfolk bake their own bread, while the dwellers of the cemetery make unleavened cakes. There's many fresh bread because of the flour shortage. The vegetables, the jars are, as you can see, not labeled. At the warehouse, the jars are packed together in crates, preventing a mix-up, but this is stolen goods. This jar could contain tomatoes, young onion bulbs, peppers, or beans. All are good for one's health in different measure. It's a way of saying that the vegetable can is like variable. Nutrition: walnut, a rare nut for this area. Children for love for nuts. Dried meat. Alright. Fucking grocery shopping. I mean, I got foods, I got drugs, and I got a gun with 5 bullets. That ain't nothing. And I've completed the main quest before light got dim. So overall, like, we've had some of the panic, but, you know, day one we're surviving.
Hell yeah, my dude, my bro, my man.
Filled up more bottles of water. Oh shit. Oh yeah, so all three of these men are about to beat this woman to death, and like, if I get engaged, I will lose reputation.
Yep. You would have never survived in an Xbox Live game.
Oh my god. Never survived an Xbox Live lobby. No, I did. I beat them. They just, said slurs that they lost. Oh, check out this sculpted head. Alright. Pat, we're in an artist's studio. Do you feel at home? Did you feel at home with this individual in their studio?
I feel like I'm in danger.
Check him out.
Bad Twirin makes your head wooden. Good.
Peter Stamatin. I see the reflection of my epiphanies in your eyes. Who are you, my long-awaited guest? What do you mean by that? It means that the man standing before me is able to see what others cannot. My name is Peter, and I have built quite a few things upon the stone already. Are you a geometrician? A Bachelor of Medicine, but I love mechanics, and I used to love math. So you're capable of love, too. That's really beautiful. Many in this town are in love, but none of them are loving. Oh, I'm talking Joe. Who are you? Question time will be later. Let's drink some twirine to our acquaintance, and don't you dare insult me by refusing. There was a retort in one of the cupboards, I think. I didn't smash it yesterday. I was so pissed.
Keep interpreting twirine as absinthe. I know it's probably vodka, but I think of it as absinthe.
I mean, it's literally a distillation of a steep herb.
Well, I mean, first off, that doesn't make any fucking sense because you can't distill herbs. They don't have any
distillation
carbs
that
or
includes
sugars.
steep herbs is what I would interpret that as.
Now is the time to talk. Right?
Infused with.
Infused.
Quite possible. Sounds more like gin, though, to be honest.
Yeah, probably is.
Or maybe, probably actually more like aquavit.
Okay, yeah.
Which is also like gin.
What's aquavit?
It is a Norwegian liquor. You can find it at most liquor stores in America. That is
the polyhedron,
like a gin, infused with botanicals. The two most included being fennel and caraway.
Pat, doesn't this look like like a bee's stinger almost, like the lower half of a bee?
Yeah, it literally looks like a Mirai spaceship.
That's the polyhedron. Also, look up polyhedron pathologic. You might enjoy that.
Been informed it's a cool time.
There's a wandering drunk, right? I gotta get back to my honey's house.
Damn, what a weird thing to say.
I mean, like, she wants me to come warm my hands in her bed, Pat.
What a weird thing for her to say.
I agree. What is this sussy baka up to?
Town Hall, the shelter, Laura Ravel's house. We haven't spoken to Laura Ravel yet. A lot of these characters, like, there's not that much to gain from talking to them early, but I think it's worth springing for Ravels because she's on the way home. Look at these ruined buildings and their stairways to nowhere. It looks like a hand grasping at the heavens, doesn't it, with those pillars?
And it's writing a stairway to nowhere.
Wow, is that like intentional or is that like a glitch?
No, that's intentional. That's there's like these ruined buildings in the town that were like the idea of some. I think the degenerate artist whose studio we just visited actually. He has polyhedron designs everywhere.
Or he's just obsessed with it.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine a character in some sort of setting, say Space Victorian, getting really obsessed with the architecture of a building in a city?
I'm trying to recall what the fuck you're talking about.
Remember the impossible shaped tower, like the very beginning of
Oh
1889?
my god, yeah, no, the shape called, yeah. You are the person, Truly. You're the person that came to marry Kana in a dream. I recognize you straight away. My name is Laurel, and this is the shelter. You're welcome here. My name is Daniil Dankovsky. Let's be friends now. I prefer being friends with everyone. You all as a guest, but you look face sad. Well, yes, I'm the mistress of this house. After all, this is a mistress, mind you, not with a capital M. I won't ever become one, but I can also serve people with ability. What do they call it? Capital M mistresses then. The mistresses of this town. We call them the dream mistresses. Kaina, Ogimskaya, and Seburova. Now, after my Victoria's and Nina's departure, it's their daughters who are seeing the future. They are less impressive than their mothers for now. Of course, Maria is probably the best. It's good to see the children continue life with their parents. Why are you frowning? This is a melancholic mood. We are way too used to playing the game of tragic predictions. I'm trying to arrange everything back to order. Quit just from doing that.
They say Ripper was caught. Does he really cut people?
I know you're a doctor, a wonderful one at that.
Oh, aren't you such a wonderful doctor? I assume that's what they're saying.
Yeah. Depends on what you need, according to Katerina. I don't have much time left. She's a mistress, isn't she? A few years ago, the child death rate went through the roof here. 6 people died in a week. Tenniso came down with a serious illness. It made us worried, but unfortunately, we couldn't find the cause straight away back then. In the end, it turned out the children were dying because of a game. What in the world? What kind of game kills children? They were playing, what did they call it? Well, some kind of medical game. They were stealing medicine from the adults and making some diabolical mixture out of it. Then they healed each other with it. Back then, the game just faded into obscurity, but now I've heard they were contemplating doing it again. Someone has already been poisoned. Well, what can I do? I'm no poison specialist. Well, what for? I would ask the kids, but they don't trust us. They think we want to put an end to the dangerous game because we are mean and stupid adults and somebody don't get it. Sure, rivals come in very handy. She want me to play a game with them and gain the trust. That's no simple feat. No, it's much simpler. There's a house somewhere in town, either abandoned or just unoccupied. That's where they play hospital. That's where they stored the horrible mixtures. Please use your stand and your celebrity name to put an end to this. Capella, Ongimski's daughter, believes the house will be unlocked today. The best, of course, are going to find the house. Capella mentioned it's next to one of the ruins. My friend couldn't hear them properly. Have you seen those stone stairways to heaven? I think you might be able to see the house you're looking for from Eva Yan's window. More importantly, it should be unlocked. Do people around you ever leave their doors unlocked? In exceptional cases or emergencies, yes, we do. Certain houses are supposed to be locked up because they're occupied by several families. People aren't that scared of losing their own belongings, but they care of their neighbors. And everyone's so afraid of the man-eater. Of course, everything's locked. In that case, we'll go to find. So she thinks that it's unlocked, can be seen from Eva Jan's window, and it's one of the stairways to heaven.
And she's climbing.
Which is weird because the only stairway to heaven that I see easily is here. Maybe that one.
And there's a one down the road.
I think I keep to the river because it looks like there's a stairway to heaven along the river as well. Not just the one behind me. So Eva Jan. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Thank you again, Jag Taggart, for having me stretch. What the fuck did the control key go? It leapt up off of my computer keyboard when I touched it. Oh god, where'd you go? Where is it? Come on, fuck. No, I can't lose my control key, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think Lee's completely lost control.
What the fuck?
Get your phone light and use that for shadows.
How could it have gone that far? What the fuck? Where is it?
Can you pause your game while you're finding it?
Yeah, I've paused the game.
What weird music to play.
I think it's the game music.
Oh, I know. It's very weird at the game to play this music.
Where the fuck? I'll be right back. God.
Ah. I would rather listen to an entire Mario movie like this than Chris Pratt.
Oh, for sure. I mean, what the fuck were they thinking hiring Chris?
I mean, like,
fucking Pratt.
I was holding out hope that he had like a half decent voice for Mario. Like, I really didn't think he would, but I was like, maybe he actually can do that voice. He's just never had a reason to do it before, and you know he'll be not amazing but decent. And you know, he's
I mean, they really should have hired an Italian American to do it. What the fuck?
Or just like any decent voice actor. There's tons of Italian American voice actors that I'm sure would have been happy for the role.
Yeah, and it
or the
wouldn't
fucking
be
guy who's
cultural
been
appropriation.
Or the guy who's been doing the voice the whole goddamn time. You know, he might be able to work something out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Even in like the old shitty Super Mario TV show, he had like a thick New York accent, which worked.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of accent I'd associate.
It's a me, Mario!
It's a me, Mario!
God fucking damn it,
I
Peach!
should have been fucking hired to play Mario's voice actor.
We should have done... This would have been Mario and Peach talking to each other.
Hey,
Peach! Get your fat ass over here! You gonna let Bowser get your bitch ass again today?
Fucking Bowser!
Bowser!
Got so many fucking Bowsers telling me to go to different fucking castles. What the hell am I supposed to do about that?
No, I think it's the fucking Toads.
Whatever, the mini Bowsers.
Gopas?
No, the Toads. The mini Bowsers. I don't discriminate.
Also, I would like everyone to learn the name of the queen of my country right now. She's Austrian, so you know, comes from that sort of Habsburg lineage. Well, her full name is Maria Theresa von und zu Goldegg und Lindeberg.
Und Lindeberg, ja.
There's some weird title shit going on there, and I just do not even understand.
Pop up a little, and then I moved my hand to like look at it and get it back into place, and now I cannot find it anymore. I assume it has to have shot off the most annoying place possible, only to be found once I've stopped looking for it. God, I'm literally on my hands and fucking knees.
Yeah. It's a good look for you.
Oh, fuck off. God. Oh, hey.
I'm sure you would like me to.
Is this that other charger? Oh my god, it's been down here this whole time?
I want to see Lee. He's gonna pull out and he's gonna be like, "Dad, you've been down here the whole time. You said you went out for milk."
Oh my god.
Amazing.
Gosh, like I can't fucking. Oh my gosh, where is it? I lost my fucking control key. Are you kidding me?
I've lost all control.
I should clip that, honestly.
Clip, this is gonna be a highlight. Jeez, Louise. I don't know if we don't need it, but like, come on, like, oh my god. I just saw it. Take bets right now on where it was.
In your ass.
Pat, got any guess? Good guess. So it's physically on top of my keyboard. I'm not kidding.
You're fucking.
I think my answer would have been less embarrassing.
It's. Can you see it? It's right here. Oh my god.
Mein Gott.
Got my ass, huh? Yeah, alright, let's go. Fuck. So let's finish Pathologic Day 1.
There we go. But that.
Alright. Alright, saving my game. Alright, where the fuck am I headed?
Yumum.
Yumum.
Oh! Wow.
I'm trying to find the house. I'm trying to find the stairway to heaven that you can see from Eva Jan's window. And I think it's here along the riverfront. Yeah, okay, there it is. And it's supposed to be an abandoned house nearby. The kids are playing doctor here, and there's some drugs that I need to steal from them.
You know, actually, when I was
Oh
a
my
kid,
god,
I
are you
found-
kidding me? The bushes are an invisible wall? Oh my god.
That's so funny.
I'm gonna go ballistic.
Think about it this way. You're a respected doctor wandering about town, just, investigating some things. You're gonna do, like, push through a bush?
Oh my
That's
god.
undignified.
I have to go all the way back around, either up around this whole wall around the theater. Ooh, I should go to the theater at night, because I think they do plays that give you hints about the plot, and I don't think I've ever done it before.
They do that.
Oh, my exhaustion is getting pretty high. I need to sleep.
You take a little naparino?
I'm gonna go jack the shit, hit the theater, Eva Jan's place, snore, 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 snore. Interestingly, the lady I'm doing the side quest for, I associate the side quest with trying to, like, do her Bond quest and keep her alive, but I'm doing it early, so maybe I was misunderstanding what happened that last playthrough.
Probably.
The bell tolls. It's 1800. What's that in normal people time? Like PM?
6.
Alright. We got time. So I'll just pop in for like a 3-hour nap at Eva Jan's after I find the abandoned house. I go so much faster diagonal, I'm literally worried that, I like, oh no, am I sprinting? Am I going faster? Using more stamina. Alright, an abandoned house. Unlocked home near this, place. Oh, I'm loading in. Oh, I remember this place because look at the coloration. Yeah, it's wild. This is where the children keep the drugs. Okay.
I want to sort of revel in that.
The phrase, yeah.
Yeah.
Although none of these cabinets have anything in them. The river. Alright. So I haven't checked upstairs with the purple lighting. Oh, it's a child with a Caesar's Legion mask on. Here's a watch.
Ave. Shoot a Kaiser.
Money. A hook. You know, if there's no commission about children. What's up, kiddo? Oh man, I told him to skate straight away without tossing a coin. Explain yourself. How are we supposed to find the schmouters now? Do we seriously need to detain every little kid in the street? How do we barter with them for? And we can't take the schmouters by force. Bullying is against the rules. Colin would totally bite our heads off for that. Schmouters is in powders? What are you talking about? Ooh, powders. Powder schmouters. Schmouters are sanative mixtures. They were invented during the first outbreak. The original ones were made by Catchfly, but they were no good. The disease would pass, but the person would pass away along with it. But then Beaker's brothers made some nice ones. Crowfoot's weren't too shabby, neither were Flankies. What was the first outbreak? 5 years ago, something really creepy happened in the crude sprawl. People fell sick one after the other, and rapidly too. The whole district got infected in 24 hours, house after house. People would burst into sickness like matches burst into flames, and like matches they would burn from the inside. I was a little kid back then, only 6 years old, but I frequented the tower already. And then what? And then nothing. There were little to no casualties among the children. We were in the tower when it all began, but some kids just had to go out and make themselves busy with the whole outbreak business. Invent schmouters, for example. And it worked. It went well, went on for several days, and then sort of withered by itself, but the schmouters stayed. And where are they? Every single schmouter that we know of has been stashed away in a safe place here, so that no one would poison themselves. But here we are, no schmouters. Maybe it's the best. How did it ever cross your mind to play Epidemic? Okay, so the Strategic Antiviral Reserve, aka shit the kids cooked up. They inquire as he found his place there by accident. It's funny, I'm investigating Riverside Kane. Or are we just playing, rehearsing? Actually, looks for something. For a game, especially some junk. Then to be honest this time, yeah, well, it can't be fixed anyway. Alright, who knows. Maybe it actually be of help. The kids are in danger. We've come to get the schmouters, but someone has already looted the cache. Perhaps it was Capella's doing. She's probably distributed them among her minions, the pagan. Understand? How is it? Capella, tell me about her. Well, Capella is Capella. Ah, Capella. Even though she's our foe, we still respect her. She's luring kids out of the tower, trying to organize a sect of some kind, and they worship her, like for real. Well, it's understandable. She's the kind of girl that you could even fall in love with. Too bad she's not on our side of the river, that is. Pride is the downfall of everyone. So, what you're saying is she distributed the schmouters with the kids, right? The little ones were playing Epidemic again. They wanted to get their hands on the damn schmouters so very much. So we need to catch the kitties. And I mean all the kitties in town one by one and pry the schmouters from their hands. See, the common opinion is that schmouters can cure all kinds of ailments and stuff, but in truth they're deadly. Why were the schmouters produced in the first place? An adult will be severely poisoned. They'll be bedridden for a week or so, and that's it. But I suppose doomed for little kids. How are children supposed to cure themselves then? Children? All children should come to our Polyhedron. They'll be safe there. Oh, you mean the odd structure next to the Crucible. Please don't tell me someone's living there. The specular tower on the other side of the river. There is no death, no grief, no boredom, and no disease there. That is proven for certain. Only dumbheads leave it voluntarily, if you ask me. You have to be an absolutely thick and heartless creature lacking any semblance of imagination to refuse something of the sort. That's some strong embroidery, mate. So, version the many-legged fugitive. What kind of games have been playing? Well, so I showed up and talked to the children. My quest log hasn't updated, but they say that the Schmatters aren't here. And I've tried to, you know, take from everything. Gonna place.
Come on, take these broken wings.
It's kind of funny. So when I was a kid, I found a hypodermic needle in a parking lot, right? Obviously, as one does. And I decided that it would be cool to play doctor with it. And I didn't actually stab myself with it, but I got damn close before Mom found it, and we spent that night in the hospital getting tested for HIV.
Oh, geez, that sketch.
Yeah, turns out I did not, you know, obviously I didn't penetrate my skin with it, so I didn't get any diseases, but like, yep, I learned that day not to do that.
Bruh.
I was a fucking young kid.
I was but a child.
I was but a wee child, yes. Young, like a lamb. A prime for the slaughter.
Let's trade presents. You have a lockpick. You want nuts. Give me a lockpick for nuts? No. You want more. Nuts. I'll give you nuts and 2 needles. I'll give you nuts, 2 needles, and a fishing hook. Okay. Nuts, 2 needles, and a fishing hook buys 1 lockpick.
I feel like you could just bend the fishing hook into a lockpick. Save yourself a bit of effort. Or a bit of bartering, at least.
My exhaustion is extremely high. I have no choice but to go back to the hottie's abode. So what's wrong with you? Whoever finds another one gets to eat them. These are the rules. What are you talking about? That's how you hide and seek works. You are a hunter and you're hunted, or geez, killed. Does that include me? Of course it is. Beware, don't worry. I'll finish the killer and the hunter.
This game is weird.
No child. Hey, they didn't mess with us. You know what they're true about life. What's a barter lad? Why has a long face? Why a long face? The war's been postponed. If this come to this, we shall unite and hunt the Turnskin. Do you believe in Turnskins? You graduated from university, and this is your question? You think we're all total nitwits here? Looking for a werewolf? Werewolves only use in fairy tales, and a real Turnskin would make your skin crawl. Lead to turn, even. Send a string, tell me more. Do you know the Bower McGee's? This books of steep legends. It explains what a Turnskin is. A Turnskin can live by your side for years, and then all of a sudden, bam, it turns. Don't be surprised then that your nearest and dearest are on their way to the cemetery. But why? Because that's the Turnskin's nature. It's a man or woman, then bam, there's a Kagi standing before you. Death emanates from it. You get it now, you big city brainy, more or less. Alright, time to get up in the Stillwater Mansion. How are you feeling?
I'm doing alright, how you doing?
No, I'm doing. You know, I do. I'm rolling up, I'm saying, hey, let's get to the hand warming. Eva yawned.
My lacquer is cracking, see?
That ominous singing outside the window is gnawing on me. You could be singing like this. No time has passed. You feel hungry and exhausted again. I've done as you asked. The butcher's been guided to the steep. If she would, you are no killer, only to make you happy. Oh, she gave me some of her jewelry. Oh, nice.
Don't you think my colors have faded?
Tell me, Eva, what are the ruins outside your window? Is it the stair to heaven? Is on the other side of the guzzle. The ruin is the one that is closer to the theater. Looks better than the second floor. These ruins look ancient, but the construction is recent. Oh, it's an old dream of the Stomatans. They are architects, you know. They wanted to overcome the force of gravity. These ruins were kind of an attempt to do so. They were built by Peter Stomaton. Can you imagine? They still live here. Still haven't gone back home to the capital. Who are they? I think I've heard the name. Can you tell me if that's telling a story? I think as long as you want to, although one can talk about them for hours. Where should I start? They're brilliant architects. They've built something famous in the capital, the three-storied garden of frozen springs. Does it ring a bell? The Cold Hall. Yeah, Cold Hall. I haven't seen it, but they say it's unbelievable. It was just, and it was they have built the polyhedron. The polyhedron is that tower on the side of the river, right? The Cold Hall. Pretty modern, but something special. All the experts say it's a breakthrough. A three-story frozen garden. How do you have like a... They built something called a three-story garden of frozen springs. So you take like a nice like pool and then freeze it. The polyhedron is the tower on the side of the river, right? Yeah, the new quarter or the speculative tower they call it. What do you like? How does it stand? How does it support? I have no idea. It's the mystery of it. It's impossible. A miracle. Yes, a real miracle. The only miracle that I've seen. The only miracle so real that you can measure with your hand. Well, besides you, of course. Okay. Ha! No, don't compare me to that monstrous construct. Okay. I want to know about the ruins. I need them a reference point.
I had a feeling you would come.
She decided to fight death. You have to be very careful. It's September. You will be dying with every breath of our air. What am I to do now? Breathe your air. Sheriff talked up on air from the capital. What does September to do with it? The steep is full of various herbs. They fill the air with dizzying vapors. White whip, twire, and swivery are dangerous in August and September, when herbs surrender their juices to the sun. People tend to get headaches this time of year. Heart sufferers lie in bed with pain. My heart aches too. How do people live here? Twire is a rare herb, so usually it's bearable, but this year it's unbelievably painful. The elderly say this is a phenomenal, like this happened before. Say it's a bad omen, but I don't believe that. But the air is droning. Can't you feel it? Don't you feel dizzy? Yes, the air is heavy. You need to sleep often, never go hungry, drink more water. You need to look after yourself properly. If you feel sick, forget everything else and get some rest. Otherwise, you may die of a heart attack or bleeding. Be careful, alright? So my heart and mind are strong enough. The more I think of it, the faster I die. It's simple as I ever saw it.
God, everybody in this town is already sick.
I was about to say, like, none of the previous like things I've seen or read or talked about in regards to Pathologic did not drive home how absolutely shitty the town was before the pandemic started. Like, insanely awful.
I've seen the angel of death by the window.
I've seen the angel of death by the window. Wait, Pat, what do you think of her drip?
She looks fucking insane.
She did find me randomly on the street at midnight and then bring me into her house, so...
Yeah, that seems right.
So I have this other task involving the quote-unquote schmouters, and I can't help but feel like there's no... like resolution I can get for today. In a house by the staircase ruin. I've done it. I mean, I don't want to fail the quest, but I don't think I'm going to. The reality is my exhaustion is very fucking high. I need to sleep through the night. And, well, actually, you know what? Maybe the theater is open. I'm going to try and rush there and make it before midnight.
Lee's such a risky bisky.
I feel like I'm probably going to be coming at the wrong hours, and it's like you have to go between very certain hours. And I will also risk getting jumped by, you know, the drunks.
Drunk people?
Any bottles been thrown away? No, but things I can give children are. Oh yeah, a bottle. I think, isn't it day 2 that these barrels get contaminated, or is it day 3? Very quickly, it fucks you.
Contaminated with what? The plague?
Yeah, because
Plague.
Yeah, because I mean they're already talking like, in the text description of fish. It's saying that like tons of dead fish with discolored scales have like washed up on the shore of the river. So
they
like,
also mentioned that the groundwater is literally like red with contaminants.
Yeah.
What are things that you can drink then?
So there was a whole dialogue, and they talked about how most people have like cisterns, effectively, in their homes, and all of those together is enough to make this not a crisis by any means, but like something that will have to be worked out in the near future.
Yeah, so everyone's reliant on their house water. There are some fountains around town, but I'm pretty sure that's the groundwater that has the immunity problems. Hello there. Don't stay out too long. You might die. Mara's crying for the poor children. How's my dearest doing? Is everything all right? Oh, women's share is hard. Would you kindly mend my clothes, dear? What a thing to say to a random woman. Curious tiny, I know it's in place. Why are women being attacked? I seem to remember that when Victoria died, everybody rushed to look for an undead Kohler. Rather than looking for an undead something. Victoria was a mistress. Somehow it seemed an ordinary creature couldn't hurt her. Her death was unexpected. She was very young and so well loved by the people, so the rumors started immediately the Bione man-eater had taken her soul. So what? Did they try to seize every fifth man too? No, no one was seized. So there's anxiety. There's no doubt that evil is walking among us. You can always feel it. It changes the density of the world. Your instincts just tell you that it's true. This is all old steep wisdom, and you can't avoid it. You really can't. The steep is wiser than we are. Superstitions like this have thrown sand in the wheels of countless scientific discoveries. Sand. An interesting choice of words.
It's like sand.
On your wedding day.
And sand. When you're already sand. Who would have sand? Sand.
Alright, we have one person stood here in the play hall. Maybe I can come and talk to them.
We find very few ungrateful people when we are able to confer favors. When we do not
Damn,
find
this guy
peace
looks
of
like a
mind
weirdo.
in ourselves, it is useless to seek.
He's the hottest guy so far, though.
This is Mark Immortel.
Right.
The theater welcomes his English audience at any time. There's a
I
performance
don't
of masks
know.
every
Maybe it's just
evening,
an
and the
angle
blood gets rinsed off every night.
No,
Rest of the times
he's
it's
kinda-
a puppet show, but that's not all we have.
Alright.
Magic tricks, fortune
He has
tellers,
the
and
yellow
gaming.
eyes. Like the golden
Yeah.
eyes.
Is the
Definitely
theater
the hottest man so far.
True.
Not that
This
there's a
is-
ton of
this is a
competition.
chamber
Not, yeah,
theater.
I
This is
was
also
just gonna say, like, that's not saying much.
After you decide you are part of the lineup, the play script is not yet complete. You see, everything depends on your actions. You won't have to wait long. You want the play script to be approved. Your fate isn't bound. It will take time, effort, and of course, direct participation. Come to see us every evening. We'll show you how you're doing bit by bit. I'll definitely come by. So he's alluding to the fact that, you know, like, we are part of the play, and it's not for everyone's eyes. So let's see if I pop back in and out. Is there anything, or does day one just not have anything to hear from the theater? Also interesting that, like, the theater is, yeah, I mean, you know, the doors in this are obviously farcical, but, like, they put us in from the side. He has nothing further to say to me. I think I need to go and sleep off this fucking exhaustion, but not until I've had something to eat. So, I'll eat a loaf of bread. I'll drink a bottle of milk. Okay, the milk did it. Yeah, imagine living somewhere where, like, the local, like, narcotic herbs just, like, the September heat is so sweltering, it melts their juice out of them, right? And they just fucking, like, become like a cloud toxin hazard.
Hot.
Yeah, I was about to say that's pretty hot.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, you know, a whole town, everyone's just, you know, low-key tripping the whole time.
True. I know vibe.
Bottles. I think I'm gathering this water more to give drunks so they'll trade me bandages than anything else. Is that a squatting Slav I see down the street? Hopefully they don't have anything ill in mind for me. He's doing his stretches, that's good. We're turning the fuck around and we're getting back to our honey's home so that we can honeycomb. So yeah, that was day 1. It is about to be midnight in 6 minutes.
Oof.
I'm going to end it on the street.
A lot of people do. I don't blame you.
Want to be seen? I understand.
Oh, that's the final bell. I actually might make it into her house before it's properly midnight. Yes, no, oh wait, I'm an idiot. 24 is midnight. It's 22.
Oh my god! You imagine someone like dashing home at 10 p.m. being like, "I won't make it in time for midnight."
She says that she could hear something outside still, but I think she might be kind of crazy because I went outside and I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, she is kind of crazy.
She drives me crazy.
I mean, she literally, like, A, found you on the street and took you in, and B, keeps ranting about how her porcelain is broken.
Oh, she does?
Or whatever it is. My lacquer is broken. It's cracking,
I
you
had
see?
a feeling you would come.
She had a feeling I
Yeah,
would come.
there's just something about the way a lot of the people in this game like talk that would make me feel very uncomfortable with sexualizing them because they sound so off that I
Yeah,
don't
it sounds
feel
like they are on drugs and cannot consent.
Exactly.
Alright, we're at the bottom of our exhaustion and it's 4 a.m. on day 2. Time to wake. Your day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. New mime performances being rehearsed at the theater. Nice. Day 2, got anything new to say to me, Evian? Is it true, the thing you found out? You know, to comfort me, just tell me it's true, as if you're wrong. I've learned a lot of things that got so dazed that we've never considered to be true before. The sand, dirt. Is it true, as Simon died of the sand pest? My colleague Ruben suggests as much, then we need to run away from here, Daniel, immediately. Even if we have to move exclusively by foot, we need to do so now. We will die in the steep, of course, but at least it won't be as excruciating. Fine, if this is it. When is the train leaving? I can't go, Eva, but I can help you leave. No, I won't leave this place without you, but you can't stay here. I'm not afraid of death, you know. I only jumped off of a building site and only survived by a miracle. But I don't want to die of this. Please, let us all leave. You've only known me for a few hours. Tell me how we can get away from here. All of us would fit into the longest of trains. Calm down, Eva. I'm staying here.
What?
They say
You are the worst role player I've ever seen
My
in my
heart is
entire life. You
beating
think
so
fucking Dentevsky's gonna stick around?
He needs... Well, first of all, he understands how this works, and also the fact that he is a vector. And if he gets out of this, it's going to make his career.
Is it?
Yeah, because here's the thing. The powers that be already wanted to get rid of him. If he returns in shame from a place that got, like, destroyed by disease, toast. But if he returns having successfully cured a disease on top of, like, his theory, even without his theory proven, he has an option. He's also so arrogant, he believes that even though they say there's no cure, he'll find one. So we're beginning the day with no updates.
I think the funny thing is you might have literally, but via that dialogue, skipped a quest to try to escape.
Oh no, did I fuck myself?
I mean, you might be able to pick it up later. That dialogue may have nothing to do with it, but I'm pretty sure there was a quest this day to do that.
The drunk is... So do we think it was my reputation?
Which, by the way, canon, he does want to run away.
Alright, so the drunk just cleaned that guy out. Oh, he dropped nothing, though. So do I lose reputation if I kill these guys? Well...
Oh, the muggers? No. No, I think you get good reputation. Talking about my reputation.
Pat, what thread you've drawn.
Yes, I'm currently drawing more. Well, I'm not drawing more, I'm coloring in the ones that I have.
Autumn is gloomy this year. It's like something is pulling.
Bangkok.
Wow.
It's
What about
like something
Bangkok?
is pulling my strings.
I just had that song, that dumbass song, stuck in my head again. It played at work today.
Yo, really? That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, there's some weird ass music that plays there sometimes.
That is kind of funny.
In growing old, we become more
You still have a
foolish.
shred of hope. There's going to be an outbreak in the town. Face the truth, Judge. We cannot bring your brother back. We can avert a tragedy. I don't wish to believe this. I need the truth, but I need it proven, not based on revelations. If what you say is true, Doctor, the labor of our life is condemned. We will seek a different answer till the very end. Wise man once dropped a coin in the dark, but kept looking for it under the streetlight only because there was more light there. Need I say that he found nothing? It is you who wants to look in the street lamp. I'm encouraging you to make another journey in the darkness. What for? You said to trust my opinion. Well, here it is. Simon has died of the plague. A letter from the powers that be. They are also writing about an epidemic. Don't you find it convincing? I don't. The domain of the powers that be is somewhere above us. They don't understand us and treat us as if though... Oh, right, because I have a new letter at the beginning of the day. I have no desire to give them heed. Besides, weren't you the one who suffered their idiocy in the first place? What makes you giving currency to their opinion now? I don't understand you, Judge. What's your agenda, your plan? Admitting he died like that means letting the killer escape. If we acknowledge that no murder took place, the murderer will have a chance to flee. I need to know what exactly it was that sufficed to end Simon's life. Do not mistake me for seeing out obstinacy, Doctor. So I finally seem to save us all. I can't agree with your line of thinking. Read the proof you need. So in our letters, letters from the powers that be. Bachelor Denkovsky. But what seems to be a very lucky coincidence, you have found yourself in a town that is wrought by some very worrying occurrences. Reportedly, there is an outbreak of dangerous disease in the vicinity. There is also an opinion that the outbreak is a falsification staged deliberately for the purpose of concealing a murder. In consideration of your outstanding analytical capability, we delegate the investigation to you. If there is an epidemic, it must be halted by any means necessary. You should collect as much information as you can, we suppose, and then make a decision in line with... What a government letter to send a doctor about an epidemic. You should collect all information as you can, we suppose, and then make a decision in line with your own professional ethics and moral beliefs. In order to implement your strategy, an Inquisitor endowed with unrestricted authority will shortly arrive to join you. In the event that you are unable to curb the outbreak before their arrival, all powers over the situation will be reassigned to them. P.S. It has come to our attention that you have recently requested permission to continue with your own research. The decision of whether or not permission will be granted depends on the results of the assignment. Your success, therefore, has a bearing on your scientific reputation and your further academic career. Professor Tellman, the body is isolated. A letter from a colleague in Thanatica. The body is isolated is a letter. Bachelor, the body has been isolated, as far as I know. Ruben conducts the examination of it. Nevertheless, keeping in mind your discovery, I would advise you to see me in the rod first thing tomorrow morning. There is a matter of crucial importance for me to discuss. Alexander Savarov, letter from a colleague in Thanatica. Daniil, I am writing in a hurry, so do forgive the uncustomary brevity. The powers that be are closing in on us. They persecuted us before, as you know, but now they are set to utterly exterminate us. We may yet be able to persevere, but you, my friend, are in grave danger. It is almost as if your destination was chosen to be the place of your burial. They say there is some kind of disease in the town, and most of the variety, perhaps the plague itself. I have little doubt that the powers that be have set up your whole journey. Tellman, the vermin, wants to get rid of you more than he wants to cease the outbreak. I wouldn't be surprised if it transpires that there are no medical personnel whatsoever in the town. They will use it as a pretext to delegate the whole mess of it to you. If this is the case, I urge you to keep out of trouble. Stay safe, Daniil. Wait for the sanitary teams. They will arrive sooner or later. Take care, my friend. If they tell you to engage the plague by yourself, refuse it, even if your principals enjoin you to do otherwise. Our research is what matters the most. Will not be able to go on if you are dead. Isidore Burke's message. My dear Bachelor Dankovsky, it was most disconcerting to learn the powers of
If it starts, my dear Bachelor Dantovsky, you've got to do this in the Southern lawyer accent.
My dear Bachelor Dankovsky, it is most disconcerting to learn the powers that be, and yet you're shutting down the laboratory that owes its fame largely to research in the field of thanatology. Is it true that your detractors have branded your studies scientifically stillborn? Rejoice, Bachelor, for there is no
I think that wasn't this the letter I got yesterday. I read this one.
Wait, so this stuff is all on number. But if I click 2, well, I have no letters from today. I guess I didn't know speaking got that letter yesterday. Anyway, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save our game. It's 1:40 a.m. in the real world. We're gonna handle day 2 on stream 2. I was expecting to have like a chill in between, but we're launched back into our next game, and I think I'm already getting back in the swing.
I'm liking this. I'm liking this more than Deus Ex as a stream thing for sure.
Yeah.
As a game, it's not as good, but
more to ponder because of what you know.
Ponder because of what I've known. Ponderish because it's there's more depth to it.
Yeah.
Story wise. And, like, the game was already about walking, so we can, like, get into good bits of chat.
For sure. So I'm going to raid Roll the Roll. See you on the flip side, Dreamers. Is the raid not happened yet?